Banyak yang bertanya, apa yang bisa kami berikan untuk bangsa ini? Kami yang seharian main handphone, scroll, 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 ketemu tapi nggak ngobrol. Seharian di depan layar, yang katanya mau streaming sebentar. Tapi, sama seperti generasi sebelum kami yang mengajarkan banyak hal, kami juga memiliki mimpi dan berusaha mewujudkannya dengan cara kami. Meski cara kami terlihat berbeda dengan generasi sebelumnya, tujuan kami selalu sama. Kami ingin membangun tempat yang lebih baik, di mana kami bisa merdeka untuk saling terhubung, menciptakan inovasi, dan perubahan baru untuk semua orang. Kami percaya dapat berkontribusi terhadap bangsa ini dan membuatnya menjadi tempat yang lebih baik. Banyak yang bertanya, apa yang bisa kami berikan untuk bangsa ini? Kami yang seharian main handphone. Banyak yang bertanya, apa yang bisa kami berikan untuk bangsa ini? Kami yang seharian main handphone. Scroll, 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 ketemu tapi nggak ngobrol. Seharian di depan layar, yang katanya mau streaming sebentar. Tapi, sama seperti generasi sebelum kami yang mengajarkan banyak hal, kami juga memiliki mimpi dan berusaha mewujudkannya dengan cara kami. Meski cara kami terlihat berbeda dengan generasi sebelumnya, tujuan kami selalu sama. Kami ingin membangun tempat yang lebih baik, di mana kami bisa merdeka untuk saling terhubung, menciptakan inovasi, dan perubahan baru untuk semua orang. Kami percaya dapat berkontribusi terhadap bangsa ini dan membuatnya menjadi tempat yang lebih baik.
2020 Dubai in Indonesia Pavilion. And this program is proudly presented by the Ministry of Communication and Informatics Republik Indonesia in collaboration with Telkom Indonesia, and a talk show regarding winning your business with modern end-to-end big data platform. And this program is also live on Instagram and YouTube Telkom Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, this lovely morning, we have 4 professional speakers, such as Chief Digital and Innovation Officer, Bapak M. Fajrin Rashid. And also, we are going to have Deputy EVP Digital Business Builder, Bapak Komang Budi Aryasa. And we are also having partner at Bind Company and Company, Bapak Kiran Karunakaran, and Director of Government Informatics Application Services at the Ministry of Communications and Informatics Republik Indonesia, Bapak Bambang Dwi Anggono. And at the last part of this presentation today, there will be presentation, a success stories video. And let me introduce you our professional, very good professional and respective moderator, Ibu Sri Safitri. Welcome. Your floor is yours. You're welcome. Okay, big applause, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Right. Yes, your turn.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, speakers, and participants. First of all, I would like to say Happy New Year to us all, because we are still in the 6 days of the new year. Wishing you new heights of success, health, and most importantly, happiness in 2022. Today, we are live from Expo 2020 Dubai. I am Sri Safitri, Deputy Executive Vice President of Customer Experience and Digitization of Telkom Indonesia, and I would like to welcome you all to the talk show on Big Data, Winning Business with Modern End-to-End Big Data Platform. I will host this talk show for the next 1.5 hours. On behalf of the Ministry of Communication and Information of the Republic of Indonesia and PT Telkom Indonesia, I would like to extend my warm welcome to distinguished guest speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, and sincerely thanks for giving your honor presence to this talk show on big data. Today, we will have a keynote and 3 presenters before we continue with Q&A. We will have with us Mr. Fajrin Rashid, Chief of Digital Business Telkom Indonesia, who will join us online from Indonesia. Mr. Kiran Karunakaran, Partner, Bain & Company, who will join us online from Singapore. Mr. Bambang Dwi Anggono, Director of E-Government at Directorate General of Informatics Application, Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, who will join us online from Indonesia. And Dr. Komang Budi Aryasa, Deputy Executive Vice President, Digital Business Builder, Telkom Indonesia, who is joining us here in Indonesia Pavilion, Dubai Expo. Before we proceed to the opening of this workshop, I would like to take a short time to introduce some functions of the Zoom application to the participants who join us online. First of all, in order to facilitate the moderator to recognize you as a participant of this workshop, please provide your full name followed by country name or company name. Secondly, please be noted that at the start of the forum, all participants are to be muted, and the host will unmute once a participant is invited to speak. If you want to request for the floor, please use raise hand button. This concludes the brief explanation regarding the Zoom meeting. Now, since we have Dr. Komang Budi Aryasa here live in Dubai Pavilion, I would like to invite Mr. Aryasa to join me here at the stage. Please give a warm up of applause for Mr. Aryasa. Good morning, Pak Komang. Okay, now I have the honor to present the keynote speech, which will be presented by Chief of Digital Business of Telkom Indonesia, Mr. Fajrin Rashid. He is well known as the youngest state-owned enterprise board of executive ever, have the biggest part as a chief to pursue the corporate new vision by orchestrating and build digital platforms over the top digital connectivity and digital service. Formerly as a co-founder and the president of Bukalapak, one of the unicorns from Indonesia, Fajrin built Bukalapak from scratch 10 years ago and now become one of the biggest Indonesian e-commerce platform. Previously, Fajrin has a career at Boston Consulting Group as a consultant for 2 years. He will deliver his keynote online from Jakarta. Please welcome Mr. Fajrin Rashid.
Thank you, Ibu Sri Safitri. Ladies and gentlemen, and also fellow speakers, Pak Bambang or Pak Ibeng, Kiran, and also Pak Komang Aryasa. It's a pleasure for me to share about how to win your business using modern big data end-to-end platform. I have a slides with me here, if the committee can help me in sharing the presentation. As a background, I think Bu Sri Safitri, I'll have introduced myself. I am Chief Digital and Innovation Officer of Telkom Indonesia. And one of the areas that I am responsible for is ensuring some of the digital platforms, including big data. And for this presentation, I will focus on big data platform. If you go to the next slide, please. So these are 3 topics that I will present today regarding Indonesian industry digitalization, about Telkom in general, and also big data platform strategy. Next, I'll start with explaining to you about some of the prioritized verticals in Indonesia. And as you probably know, these are specific to Indonesia, but I believe that some of the areas here are also suitable for other countries in general. For example, agriculture. That's probably one of the biggest areas around the world. And Indonesia is actually one of the priorities because as an agricultural country, we have millions of farmers. So using technology will greatly improve the output of the sectors. Logistics and transportations. As you probably know as well, Indonesia has more than 17,000 islands. So having logistic and infrastructure is very important to ensure how Indonesia can grow into one of the leading economies by 2030. And if you see at the bottom, digital technologies play really important areas, both to the worker side and also for the customer sides. For the workers, it provides more job opportunities and also better efficiencies and productivities. For consumers, it will provide better services, including quality and also accessibilities to the services, right? And obviously, as an example of these digital technologies, big data is one of the big areas there. Besides big data, there are also others such as cloud computing, IoT, blockchain, robotics, and so on. And also at the very bottom is the infrastructure or connectivity that ensures all of the platform above can run in a good fashion. Next. Indonesia has set up the 4 pillars for Indonesia 2045, and digital transformation is very important to ensure its success. For example, it is estimated that digital transformation will provide more upscaling workforce by more than 17 million. It will also increase Indonesian GDP by around 0.5 to 2% per annum. It will boost financial inclusion because at the moment, there are still quite a lot of unbanked population in Indonesia. So having a digital transformation will boost this inclusion for up to around 100 million population and so on. So in summary, this is really important to ensure not just economic success, but also the country's success. Next. So this is the breakdown of the potential by sectors and also by platforms. Again, if you see at the top, logistics, healthcare, education, financial services, agriculture, and also government are among the big areas that will be experienced disruptive using digital platforms. And at the middle layer is the kind of the platforms that will disrupt the industries. right? So that includes IoT, data center and cloud, big data, cybersecurity, and so on. Big data itself is a quite sizable market, about 0.7 billion US dollars by 2025. Next. So this is the growth. Right? So at the moment, it's about 468 million US dollars in 2019, but it is predicted that it will grow about 8% year on year. So it will achieve more than 700 million US dollars by 2025. And we also conduct a survey amongst the industry leaders. And definitely big data analytics is among one of the priorities that is often mentioned by industry leaders. So not just in terms of the numbers, but it is also perceived by the leaders as really important factor in ensuring digital transformation for the companies and also the country. Next. So here are some introduction about my company, Telkom. Next. Telkom is one of the leaders in terms of the digital transformation in Indonesia. We started originally from a telco industry, and here are some statistics. We present not just in Indonesia, but also have 9 global offices. And hopefully we'll also be present in Middle East really soon. And you see some of the infrastructures that we have. Before, we are focusing on the connectivity, right? So we are having fiber optics, satellites, PS towers, and so on. But if you look at the bottom right, we also started to explore the infrastructures needed for the digital platforms, right? So for example, data centers, we have more than 20 data centers across the country, and not just in Jakarta, but also in other countries. As you probably know, that having an edge computing technologies are really important. And that's where the area that we want to play going forward. Next. So we believe that to do a digital transformation, we want to focus on both digitization, the left one, and also digitalization. Digitization is how to use digital to improve existing business. In the case Telkom, right? So how we can use digitization to, for example, digitize the operations to make it more automated. How do we transform the back-end functions so that it will achieve greater speed? How do we use a digitalization to improve digital touch point that the customers will use when interacting with our business? So the impact of digitization is FCF, right? Because we will increase efficiency, we want to improve the capex or cost efficiency and so on, and that will provide the result in terms of the FCF. But we also will expand into new businesses, right? So on the right one, that's digitalization. How we can use or how we can provide digital business to expand the new areas, the new businesses that we have not yet done in the past. Next. And one of the areas is definitely big data. Next. So these are how we feel the telecom industries or technology stacks from the left to the right. The left is what we call a legacy or traditional businesses that we have been doing for many years, right? So we provide connectivity through 4G, now 5G, and then fiber, some satellites, and so on. We expand into the middle and also the right one. The middle one is what we call digital platform. So how we provide platforms to enable businesses on top of this platform, right? So that includes big data platforms, cloud platforms, IoT platforms, security platforms, and so on. And on the right is digital services. So what kind of services or applications that build on top of the platform that will be used by the both enterprise customers and also mass market customers. Next. So our brand for big data platform is Big Box. So Big Box is our end-to-end big data platform that we offer to both enterprise and also government type of the customers that will help them to use big data, to use the insight, to use the the framework to enhance both digitization and digitalization in each of the companies and the government entities. It has been used by some of the leading companies in Indonesia, like Pertamina, Kimia Pharma, and also some of the government institutions, including universities. We started in 2019 and have been receiving awards since then. Next. So here are some of the examples, some of the use cases that we have developed. For example, for Pertamina, which is the leading oil and gas company in Indonesia, we transform its gas stations using digital systems to improve data accuracy. For Kimia Pharma, which is the Indonesian leading healthcare companies, we leverage big data and analytics to improve their operations and strategic business decisions. For Bank BRI, which is the biggest state-owned banks in Indonesia, is using or leveraging big data analytics to improve their operations, especially in terms of the customer transactions, fraud, and so on. Next, and this is how we provide the services through the edge computing. As mentioned, we have more than 20 data centers across Indonesia. So when the customers are located in one of the provinces in Indonesia, not in the capital city, for example, then we use the facilities that is closest to that government or customers in that particular province or city. So it will make it more efficient. It will make it more distributed computing. Next. So this is the last slide that I will present. I hope that through this discussion, we can either explore a collaboration in the technology sectors so that we can both accelerate and achieve the objectives. We can provide benchmarking, right? So we can learn from each other to have more use cases, to provide more solution to the customers. And lastly, regarding talents, how we can improve this business, this industry together through capability improvement. And also if there is a possibility for joint development and other type of partnership regarding talents, we are very, very open to explore in this area. I think that's the end of my presentation. I give it back to Bu Sri Safitri. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mas Fajrin, for your comprehensive keynote presentation, as always. It is very greatly appreciated. Now, let's start with our three distinguished presenters. Our first topic is unlocking value through big data platform. I would like to welcome our first speaker, Mr. Kiran Karunakaran, partner, Bain & Company. He is a partner based in Bain & Company Singapore office. He focuses on telecommunications and digital. Throughout his tenure at Bain, Kiran has advised clients across sphere on strategy, mergers and acquisitions, corporate finance, corporate strategy and marketing, and digital transformations. I cordially invite Mr. Karunakaran. You have 20 minutes to present, and the screen is yours.
Thank you very much, Ibu Fitri. Thanks for the great keynote opening, Pak Fajrin. Great to see you again. Happy New Year to you. Great to see you again, Pak Komang, Pak Bambang. Looking forward to a very fruitful panel discussion today. I will focus my discussion around the topic of unlocking value. And I'd like to start by showing a slide that captures data. So Bain has done a fairly exhaustive study looking at the best-in-class companies that have used big data to unlock value. And three key metrics stand out in how they've done this. One is at a per customer level, the use of big data has resulted in an increase of about 24% revenue per customer, where data is used efficiently. I think that's one. The second is that's on the digitalization side, as Pak Fajrin said, right? So it's a new business opportunity, it's a new revenue stream that you can bring. The second is on the digitization side. The biggest benefit that you can see is where big data is used effectively. It forces a shift away from physical channels to digital channels. So we've seen a 15% increase in digital channel usage, where data is used to personalize the interactions with the customer, or with your app, or with your POS, or whatever it is that you use to kind of engage digitally with the customer. And third In the digital world, we see that when data is used effectively, it results in a 20% increase in click-through rates. So across the board, the value that data can unlock is very, very clear. I remember 2 years ago or 3 years ago engaging with companies across sectors who would ask the question of saying, we have all this data, but there isn't a clear path to monetization. And I think today we have enough evidence to suggest that there's a clear path towards monetizing that big data in a very planned and structured way that does not compromise on the security of the individual's data. So that's the first point I wanted to land. If we move to the next page. We think there are 3 key cornerstones, if you will, in building that platform's data management capability. One is being very, very clear about what is the value proposition that the data exchange provides. What is the value proposition for the company, in this case, a telco, for potential partners, both technology partners and commercial partners, and key verticals and digital services that they participate in. So that's the first one. What is the value proposition? And having a clear set of use cases that drive that value proposition discussion. The second element is the technical architecture. We see that the biggest challenge that incumbent players have is to change their legacy stack and make sure that they can actually set up practices that are cloud-based, that enable edge computing to drive value creation, right? So how will this data lake look like? How will it work? Where will it sit? How do we leverage cloud compute? So that's the technical aspect to the monetization. And the third is governance. Increasingly, data governance becomes extremely important, especially over the last few years. All of us would have read about data breaches and so on. So setting in place the right set of governance, the right consent architectures, the right regulation to enable that the data that we have is used in a very cogent manner is extremely critical. So those 3 for us are the 3 cornerstones to building a clear big data platform play. And that requires, from a telco perspective, doing 3 things correctly, right? One is setting up the right consent architecture so that you're able to integrate both internal and external sources of data into a single large data lake. That's one. 2 is to develop a clear governance framework on how you would administer that big data program. And 3, build in the security and take over the role of orchestrating that security, becoming the mediator in market so that there is somebody proactively managing that at the forefront, right? If you remember the slide that Pak Fajrin shared, for instance, data is increasingly becoming a national security issue, right? So the role of an incumbent player in any market also has a significant role in building the security protocol around it. If we move to the next page then, that leads us to say, what do we believe is the most imminent opportunity? The way we think about it from a telco perspective is that we think that the most imminent opportunity is that of a personalization model. We have worked extensively with large incumbent operators all over the world, Deutsche Telekom being one of them, AT&T being another, SoftBank in Japan being the third one, SK Telecom being another, where we've seen that the inherent value of the data that telcos have can be unlocked significantly by moving to a segment of one, having a clear view of what the next best offer is through a personalization model. That requires 4 key elements in terms of treating that big data and building the platform. The first one is, of course, the data preparation. How do we build a single source of truth that provides a 360 view that then you use to personalize with your customers, but also monetize with enterprise customers through B2B opportunities? Some examples like the ones that Pak Fajrin referred to. So gas station optimization, farming optimization, smart manufacturing optimization through data and analytics, and so on and so forth. The second one is to constantly build and improve the model. The biggest challenge we see is that incumbent companies don't have the talent to be able to build complex algorithms that the model is constantly learning. Big data very quickly becomes machine learning, very quickly becomes AI. And there's a clear difference between those three. So as you move into setting up your platform, how do you ensure that you are looking forward and creating that ML and AI capability within the platform through constantly augmenting the model that you have is the second element for that platform. The third one then is evaluating and constantly improving on that model, right? How do you develop a probability score and a propensity of usage at an individual segment of one customer level so that you can personalize an offer? To use an extreme example, we are doing a pilot at SK Telecom where every morning an individual subscriber gets a message saying, based on our understanding of your usage, your package for the day is X. You can watch 4 YouTube videos, you can watch 1 Netflix video, you can play 3 games. Why don't you need 4 tokens? You can spend so much of money on your wallet. So the level of personalization that you can actually do through that model evaluation increases the ability of an operator to really connect and build a very strong customer experience with the subscriber. And finally, then you productize it. And the productization is one, targeted at your internal customers, but also verticals, right? The vertical place in the digital services that you want to participate in, that you're building on top of this platform, can all gain value from the curated data that you provide and that you can monetize. So that for us is the 4-step approach in terms of how a telco in this case, but really any company that has a plethora of data can monetize its big data. If we move to the next page, and I'll take another 5 minutes to just walk through a couple of pages and then stop and go back to the panel. If we go to the next page, please. This is our view of how this system could work, and I'm keen to listen to what Pak Komang talks about and have a discussion in our panel session on how the platform integrates. On the telco at one side, the third-party providers and partners at the other side, large digital players like WhatsApps and Facebooks and Instagrams of the world, specific verticals like music and video, a larger partner ecosystem in Indonesia and potentially overseas, and institutions like banks, as Pak Fajran said, for instance, because there's a significant opportunity in financial inclusion that data provides. And so that structure integrates and creates a proprietary 360-degree view that can be monetized, that can be mediated, and that can be orchestrated. And in our view, that has 4 key pillars. One is to build that comprehensive customer 360 so that you can actually move to a segment of 1, which will significantly increase retention and decrease customer acquisition costs for all your partner base, right? And if you look at your digital native partners, that's what they're after. How can they decrease cash burn? How can they decrease customer acquisition costs? The second is enhancing that data and analytics so that you can actually start monetizing parts of it, right? So building the analytics capability. 3 is attract ecosystem partners broadly, because in this game, you can't do everything yourself. So how do you increase the sphere of influence by attracting new partners that strengthens that 360 view that you have and that constantly enhances the model that you're building? And finally, create and establish industry leadership through Center of Excellence programs across all the verticals that you kind of touch and establish. So those for us are the 4 key pillars. I'll just skip a couple of pages. If you can go one more page down. So in conclusion, we think that there's a significant benefit that a data platform can unlock. One, it has customer insights that you can tailor and go to a segment of one well beyond just the telco. Two, it increases speed, agility, efficiency, so helps both with the digitalization and the digitization. Three, it attracts a whole bunch of neutral platform players as partners, which then increases the domino effect and a multiplier effect on your data platform. And finally, accelerates growth through a zero-touch onboarding of all your ecosystem players around the world. So that for us is a view in terms of how you could monetize big data as a platform play in Indonesia, but also anywhere else in the world. I'll pause there. I know I'm out of time. I'll hand over back to the panel and look forward to a discussion.
For your comprehensive presentation on how to unlock big data platform. From your presentation, we learned about the 3 steps on how telco can build a data management. The first in terms of building customer consent, and the second one is in terms of that we need to wait. Wait a minute. And the second one is how we can develop a clear governance framework. And the third one is to build data security to reduce the risk of data breach. I'll get back to you after the 2 other presenters on the question and answer session. So I hope you can continue with us. So let's move to the second topic from Mr. Bambang Dwi Anggono, Assos MN CEH. He is currently a Director of E-Government at Directorate General of Informatics Applications. Had been a head of Subdirectorate of Infrastructure and Technology previously. Bambang is certified for Microsoft Professional Server and an ethical hacker. Bambang is also an expert in development and management of data center and disaster recovery center, and previously a delegation on government cloud computing and cybersecurity for a conference in Paris. Please welcome Mr. Anggono. You have 20 minutes to present and the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Dear panelists, moderators, moderator, webinar attendees in this afternoon. Thank you very much. Let me deliver a presentation material on the development of e-government and big data in Indonesian government. Please allow me to share my presentation. Oh, certainly, thank you. Okay, a minute. Okay, I would like to present about the national big data policy in the implementation of Excuse me, can you see my presentation now?
We can see your presentation.
Yes. Oh, sorry. You share my presentation, or can I share my presentation by myself?
Yes, we share it. We already share it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. On this slide, I would like to explain upon the action plan of government policy. That the Indonesian government has started a program to accelerate the government digital transformation since 2018 with the issuance of the presidential regulation on e-government. This regulation is quite quickly adopted and becomes a guide for all of governments, for central and local government in the implementation of e-government on each government agencies. The Indonesian government has compiled an e-government master plan with a target of achievement for 5 years. In 2020, the government conducted a thorough evaluation of the achievement and obstacle faced, showing e-government is done in an integrated manner. In 2020, the government of Indonesia has success in increasing the e-government rating from level 107 to rank 88. In 2021, the government of Indonesia compiled an e-government architecture with all government agencies. Actually, in synergy to we Indonesian activity to develop the planning of the implementation of e-government nationally, focusing on strengthening government services through digital technology. In 2022, the strengthening of e-government infrastructure is implemented by providing government cloud computing and thematic development of public services. In 2023 and 2024, it is expected that the government of Indonesia will implement the 4.0 industrial revolution by applying e-government to all sectors of government. Big data analytics for the benefit of government and public services began to be implemented gradually. Next, please. Related to the big data analytic program in the implementation of e-government, the government has drawn up a roadmap that starts from 2021 to 2025. The government recognizes that big data is an important need for every government agency, but the government will also not let every government agency build big data analytics solution on its own. In additional to housing waste, it can also have an impact on misinformation because the data is invalid or not supported by adequate data to sectoral ego. You know that in Indonesia government, silo-based e-government still holding in government, and every sector in Indonesia, they have their own regulation, so it's developed the eco-sectoral in every government agencies. In 2021, the government has prepared the planning and architecture of big data for the implementation of government and public services. The One Data Indonesia program is encouraged to produce valid government data in order to produce correct information. Supporting data from various parties has been mapped by every sector of the government. In 2022, the government will begin to prototype big data analytics provided by the Ministry of Communication and Information for all government agencies, especially in the central government. This program is called Big Data Analytics as a Service. As I mentioned before, that now we find that all government agencies they develop big data technology by themselves. It will waste many budget, and the info on the data is not the same, not coming from the same source, and has possibility that it's not valid because it's developed by themselves, or they find the data by themselves, not by the sector that handle the data. Furthermore, in 2023, the initial of big data analytics as a service can be realized. At this time, the National Data Center support for the implementation of big data will help the government to produce more appropriate information and policy recommendations. In 2024, the implementation of big data analytics as a service can be used by all government agencies in Indonesia, including all local government. It means that they have no need to develop by themselves. Cominfo will provide big data analytics as a service that can be used for all government agencies, and they can develop their own script depending on the sector. Finally, at 2025, it is expected that the big data analytics program can be used by all sectors. The provision of big data services will greatly assist local government in managing strategic policy on their region. To encourage the effectiveness and integration of development implementation in Indonesia, the big data program issued in every smart city and smart province program to produce smart nation. Next, please. Some of big data analytic research program that have taken place in Indonesia include big data of on custom services. Big data is used to identify anomalies that occur in goods transaction in and out of Indonesia. The second is on the National Integrated Licensing Service. We call it online single submission. This program is called big data is used to identify potential investment and at the same time find which investors are committed and which are not. The third is the application of big data on the central statistic agency and statistic data. The result become one of the consideration in national decision making. The form of big data implementation on the smart city in Jakarta program. Through big data analytics, transportation, and traffic system, handling education, health to disaster management can take place properly. Next, please. Oh, okay, that's I can say. Hopefully this exposure can provide benefit for all this webinar participants and can encourage further data center and big data analytics investment in Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anggono, for your comprehensive presentation, as always. One take-up that is very interesting is about how national big data policy. According to your presentation, Indonesia has already made action plan for e-government policy with aspiration to develop smart government by 2024 and also big data roadmap of the government of Indonesia. Now let's move to the third topic about big data platform, opportunities, challenges, and use cases. Now, I would like to welcome Dr. Komang Budi Aryasa, Big Data Analytics and Machine Learning expert with 5 years of experience in exploring opportunities in large, rich data sets and implementing data-driven strategies that fuel growth, including revenue and profits. Working heavily on modeling to design and implement statistical predictive models utilizing diverse sources of data to predict churn, demand, raise and generate lead sales, and multiple big data use cases from many vertical industries. For those of you who attend here online and offline, Dr. Komang Budi Aryasa will give a book that he just published, that he just wrote for the question and answer later on. So I cordially invite Dr. Aryasa. You have 20 minutes to present and the time is yours.
Thank you, Bu Fitri, to host this event. First of all, I would like to say thanks for Ministry of Kominfo for the invitation and also all speakers today. So I will elaborate what actually Mr. Fajrin has already presented in the beginning of this session regarding the strategy of Telkom Indonesia on big data platform. Kiran is my friend. We work a lot in the beginning of Telkom Indonesia setting up the strategy and roadmap of big data and IoT. we meet again here, Kiran. Pak Bambang from Kominfo is also my partner of discussion during government of Indonesia faced the pandemic COVID-19 last year. We worked a lot on Peduli Lindungi application. So Pak Bambang also involved on this development, especially providing the infrastructures of the platform. Can you move to next page, please? Yes. So big data, we are talking about big data. Actually, we are talking about what actually the characteristic of the data. So in the beginning of big data introduced to market, there are three character of big data actually. The first one is volume. Of course, the volume of the data is huge. The second one is about the velocity, moving of the data, changing of the data happen very, very fast. And the third one, we are talking about the variety of the data. The data we analyze not only of text data, but also video and also image data. That cause why they call it big data. So along the way, a consultant, academician, and also practitioner like us add any other fees like visualization, variability, value, and also veracity. So at the end, the data should transform into value for every organization or company. They have to give us more source of revenue, let's say. The data also have to generate more efficiency and productivity within our company. So big data on the definition, not always about the technology, but also how we achieve the business growth, how we reinvent the business growth in the future on analyzing the data, finding hidden value of the data. Not only organization or company using data a lot, but also government, they use data as a source of decision making, policy making, and university also take the data to do something like research or recommendation. Next page, please. From the Gartner data and research, we see the demand of people who have skill about the analytical related data is growing year by year. We can see that the demand of data science, data analytic people, not only on the IT department, but also on other business area. Robotic process automation and also artificial intelligence, it's cannot separate by data. It also use a lot of data in order to create RPA or artificial intelligence. Big data also thinking about the accelerating digital transformation. Next page, please. For the digital, accelerating digital transformation, usually we have to consider around 6 areas. Not only Internet of Things and cloud computing, big data, machine learning, artificial intelligence, but also how to integrate each other to drive digital transformation. This slide represents how we set up smart factory in Indonesia and integrate any kind of technology inside. So it's possible for everybody, for the government setting up the smart factory, let's say. Next, please. In the past, we very concerned about the computer literacy, but today, everybody talking about data literacy. From the Gartner data mentioned, 75% of the American adults view fake news as accurate information. It also happened to other countries, I think. We are given by any kind of information, and sometimes fake news we accept as an accurate information. 60% of respondents say that their employee need new skill how to translate the data into insight or business value. The demand of the data literacy, actually, how many people inside our organization or our company able to interpret the data to become insight, and also how our employee can access the quality of the data. Next, please. If we look at the market potential of big data in Indonesia, we usually slice the market become 3 parts. The first component of the market is infrastructure. It could be hardware, it could be cloud computing. The second layer is software. So where the software is installed on top of the hardware or infrastructure. And the last one is services. The services could be the product of big data, or also end-to-end consultation or services. Next. Yes, during pandemic COVID-19 last year, the government of Indonesia also utilized data, a lot of data. As we know that many countries applied lockdown whenever the positivity rate of the COVID-19 increasing. But government of Indonesia used their own term, we call it limited mobility. On the limited mobility also, we divide by 4 levels, level 1 until level 4. Here on the slide mentioned that the government always monitor the effectiveness of limited mobility during COVID-19. We can see from people movement to the metro station, going to work, and also recreation or tourism facility is decreased a lot. But we can see also that the people always stay at home during limited mobility applied by the government. Next, please. From the smart manufacturer, one of the customer we serve in Indonesia also try to transform their traditional business into more automation. Here is the automation on the chicken farming. It's around 1,000 until 2,000 chicken farming could be automated in the future. and we work a lot with the owners, how to do automation, how to sensors is used to monitor the productivity and make decision to improve the result. Next, please. From other side of manufacture, we also working a lot with pharma company. The idea is how to make more efficient power consumption in the manufacture. So we put some sensors on the machinery and try to analyze the data and make a decision which production actually costs a lot because of they consume the power, more power. Next. This is the use case in cellular company. The idea actually is how to monitor the tourist cross-border people movement and identify where they go and make a decision how many visitors come in every month, every years. Next. For the call center agent, from the previous, before they use the data, call center actually very difficult to make a decision. Whenever customer get complaint and call to the call center, they take a lot of time to open many applications, and also there is no recommendation what actually the solution on the customer complaint. And finally, we develop RPA, robotic process automation, for call center, and then possible for the agent to accept the call and do the resolution faster. And also we put on the screen the recommendation on the specific problem customer complain. Next. This is very common for the company to do smart profile, to target your customer, to know the behavior, and to specifically offer some product to your customer. Actually, we need smart profile, which is CRM analytic. We work with some company to profile their customer and also recommend the customer. And of course, at the end of the analytic, we looking for more value from the customers. Next. So the first challenge when we setting up a big data platform is, of course, the technology. Technology, we have to make a decision what kind of technology we going to buy, we going to partner with technology partner. But the platform could be divided by 4 layers. The first layer is data acquisition, data access, data analytic, and application. Next. The second challenge is about the people. What Kiran mentioned before, it also addressed about the people. So we have to train the people. We have to find the right people who has skill on the analytics, skill on the machine learning, artificial intelligence. Since the numbers of ready, skillful people in the market is very limited, some of the organizations, some of the campus are starting to set up new subject related to data analytics. Next. So Big Box is our product champion on the big data. This is end-to-end product of big data from Telkom Indonesia. So whenever the company organization need big data, how to start big data business, we offer a big data big box solution. Next. On the big box product, we have already the platform which able to ingest it by both structured and unstructured data, and we also provide advanced analytic and application dashboarding API, so the customer don't need to buy any kind of others platform. It maybe cost a lot more than setting up end-to-end solution like a big box platform. Next. So we have provide 8 module on the big box solution, so the customer able to use it and choose it, or whatever the customer want to have the solution for their problem. Next. So just repeat from what Master Pajrin has already mentioned. One data platform we set up across the country. So try to minimize the latency from the central capital city of Jakarta to around Indonesia. So we set up distributed computing around the city. Next. So this is the last part of my presentation. So growing demand of value creation from the company. They are looking for new growth, efficiency, productivity, and they asking about how to transform the data into insight. The second one is about the talents. Both the quality and the quantity need to be improved. And finally, to address those two, we are open for the cooperation in providing the latest technology, talent, and others engagement cooperation that need to set up our objective of the company. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Aryasa, for your comprehensive... Please, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Aryasa, for your comprehensive and insightful presentation on big data benchmark, use cases, and also briefly on talent war issues. I totally agree with your presentation that data literacy is everyone's ticket to digital society. Let's move into question and answer of our session. First, I would like to invite participants here in Dubai Expo. Do you have any questions? Yes?
Hello, my name is Satria from Cityscope. We are a startup company that focusing in developing a blockchain medical records for data interoperability. My question will be directed to Dr. Aryasa. Good morning, Doctor. Thank you very much for your presentation. It is very comprehensive. And actually, we in Cityscope already using Telkom Big Box once, actually. And it is for a hackathon that carried out by Indigo. So during that time, the Telkom Big Box is actually free for us to use. But the problem was after that, we have to pay to continue using the Telkom Big Box. This is I see as the opposite of what Amazon Web Services did to support us in startup community to give credits and free services until some point at which the startup is already capable to pay, and then they will switch as a paying customers of Telkom Big Box itself. So my question will be, is there any plan from Telkom Big Box itself to actually give credits or longer version of trial of Telkom Big Box for startup communities? Because we have this problem as well when the one that giving the credit is actually Alibaba Cloud and also Amazon Web Services, and it is the product from outside. I think we have to focus on internal product first here in Indonesia when we are talking about big data, so on and so forth, especially when the data that we are managing is actually healthcare data of Indonesian citizens. So that's my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please answer, Dr. Aryasa.
thank you for the question and also feedback. So first, Big Box developed around 4 or 3 years ago. So Big Box is still on the on-premises platform. So we start to setting up very limited infrastructure, looking for the first 2 or 3 customers in the beginning, and try to always pivoting and iterating the model. And finally, starting in the mid of last year, we plan to moving part of the Big Box platform on the cloud. So after we move Big Box platform on the cloud, of course we have planned to provide startup, small medium enterprise to try to explore their data and their capability on the cloud, and give them some credit on the certain point, so they able to try what capability of the platform. So we have a plan to do the free version of the Big Box platform and give some credit to startup or small medium enterprise before they go commercial. And hopefully you can join on the first stage of the experiment or trial. So try what actually the Big Box cloud will give a startup and also small medium enterprise. So hope that this year we can finalize all of things. So start to offer some free version and trial for the startup. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Satria. Any other questions from the audience here? Yes?
Thank you. My name is Martius from Regulatory Management Unit in Telkom, Indonesia. Thank you for this opportunity. First of all, I would like to ask a question to Pak Bambang from Ministry of Communication and Informatics in respect of the regulation that can drive the growth of the big data opportunity. Because from the previous presentation, Pak Bambang explained more about big data in public service on government. But as we know, that the opportunity of the big data lay on the data privacy. How to what extent we can leverage this data, but still secure the privacy of the people. So how Ministry of Information how this ministry manage balance between the risk and also the opportunity in the form of regulation, drive the growth of this digital economy. That's the first question. And allow me, Bu Fitri, to ask the second question. I would like to ask to Pak Komang and also other speaker from Singapore. What is your vision or perspective in respect of big data and blockchain? Do you see the intersection between these two areas? As we know that in the term of the big data or data privacy, there is a concern, growing concern in community about data protections. But in blockchain, there is opportunity to create the system that manage, let's say, asset management. So data is new oil. Data is our right. Data is something that we see it is very, very valuable. And blockchains provide the system to strengthen the asset management. So we see the data as an asset. Do you see any opportunity to combine intersection between these two areas? Could you shed more light in this area? Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Martius. So, Pak Bambang, are you still with us?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Can I answer correctly? Okay. In the program of big data, not just independent program in Indonesian government. Many part of e-government program is integratedly, like big data analytics, one data policy, national data center, government super apps, and many things of e-government program. Why this program must be integrated? Because as we know, all of government in the world that many sectors, they have their own data. Some of our government agencies, they have their own regulation, and it's not easy to harmonize with another sector. In Indonesia, there are many initiatives to develop big data. The problem is who will guarantee that the data is true? Who is the guarantee that the data is valid? We cannot make the true information, the right information for decision making if the data is not true. So in government side, we apply the one data policy. It's not just to make the standardization of the data, but we consolidate all of the data and standardize and we make the we develop the validation of the data by the sector. In every sector, they have their own responsibility of the data. They have to manage the data. They have to each government they have to guarantee the validity of the data. And then we consolidate all of the data into the national data center. And then we can make many adjustments. We can make, sorry, maybe it's not adjustment. We can make sure that the data is valid and update every day. And just make sure every government agencies that they will develop the big data analytic scheme. They use the valid data coming from the sector, the responsibility of the data. So that's the strategy in Indonesia to integrate all of the program, not just in big data, but it's an integrated program for e-government. For the and the challenge is how to consolidate the data and how to provide the big data analytic as a service to all of government agencies. That's what we have preparing and developing right now. And we are discussion with many government agencies to develop this program. And as I mentioned in the presentation, that we have 5 years program, and we're very sure that we can make the right. We are on the right track. Especially that Indonesian government preparing to move to new capital city with new government structure. So this new government structure will make sure that all of government agencies, they have their own data, they manage their own data, not duplicated with other agencies, and they guarantee the validity of the data. I think this is my answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bambang. So for the second question, would you like to start answering, Kiran?
Sure, very happy to do that. Very keen to hear Pak Komang's thoughts as well, because I think he's lived this in Telkom. So I think the answer is the intersection of big data and blockchain is definitely very, very critical. And you can actually start this already play out for exactly the same reasons that was highlighted in the question, right? Healthcare is a classic example where blockchain has been leveraged fairly extensively, both to decrease the cost of distributing and decentralizing the data infrastructure, but at the same time maintaining privacy and control over data security, right? So it's very, very real that the intersection of blockchain and data will make big data extremely powerful, simply because the three value benefits that this intersection offers. One is decentralization. Biggest issue right now with data is the cost of infrastructure, right? And so because the infrastructure cost is so high, blockchain, because of the fact that it is basically decentralized and a ledger, naturally brings down the infrastructure costs there. So one is because of the decentralization. The second is how blockchain enables data sharing and monetization, right? Because of the fact that it's a completely trackable, decentralized ledger, the data sharing and monetization across multiple sources becomes very, very possible. And finally, data exchange, because you can use the same set of variables across multiple applications using the data exchange capability that blockchain provides. Right? An example here is this company called Doc, which I'm sure all of you would have heard of, which basically has been used as a single repository for working professionals to manage their job profiles, right? And so rather than going through multiple job profiles or multiple job sites, all of that's actually controlled at Doc. And Doc uses blockchain capabilities overlaid with the big data analytics layer that queries and finds out the right match. But at the end of the day, Doc maintains privacy, Doc maintains security, Doc maintains decentralized layer. So absolutely, the intersection is inevitable, and the value that blockchain provides to monetizing data platforms is definitely quite large.
Thank you, Kiran. So, Dr. Aryasa, would you like to add more information on this?
Yes, just add some more about the blockchain. So whenever you face the new emerging technology like blockchain, so we have to be careful, because not every problem can be solved by a single technology like blockchain. So in general, blockchain actually is secure distributed ledger. So what mean of distributed ledger? Distributed mean your data can be stored on any server or data center. So the data is encrypted, shared, and has similar consensus. Consensus means a smart contract. So if we learn about a blockchain, we also know the term of the smart contract. All of the data is encrypted. All of the data is shared among the party. So when you deploy blockchain, you have to consider several characteristics. The first one, it should be transaction data. The second one is more than 2 or 3 parties involved on the sharing data. So if you just only use the data for internal purposes, for only single party of institution, you don't need the blockchain actually. But when you deal with many parties, different parties, which is the distributed ledger, encrypted, shared, there is consensus inside of every ledger of the data. So is there any connection with data analytics? Yes, as mentioned by, explained by Kiran before.
Thank you. Any further questions from the audience here? So questions from Zoom? Right. So I have questions to Dr. Aryasa. As we know that Telkom Indonesia worked with Ministry of Health to develop Peduli Lindungi application. Right now, from the yesterday's presentation, we learned that by end of 2022, we will have 600 million data sets. So, how can we? Is that possible that big amount of data to be leveraged, and what kind of data that can be leveraged in the future?
Yes, the owner of data on Peduli Lindungi and also Vaccine One data is government. So I think there are many possibilities to leverage those data to become source of policy design, policy decision making from the government. Let's say we want to have some data about how many people being vaccinated every day, how many people go around the shopping center because Peduli Lindungi has scan QR code every time you get into the building, into the shopping mall. It's possible to leverage by the government in order to create further policy or decision making. And I heard that this platform also being planned to leverage into medical record data. So in the future, I think digitalization of Indonesia could be coming from this single platform and use Peduli Lindungi application become a personal application whenever every Indonesian citizen want to deal with public services in Indonesia. Bu Sri Safitri.
Thank you, Pak Komang. So with that, I mean, like a lot of potential for the business based on that big amount of data, right? So I would like to continue asking Kiran. In your PowerPoint, in your presentation, you mentioned that big data platform monetization can unlock significant value and improve CX. So can you elaborate further how this big data platform can improve customer experience?
Yes, that's a very, very good question, Fitri, right? Because what we have seen working with companies all across the world in helping them set up their big data platform is oftentimes the focus of the company is around monetizing the data that they have through third-party opportunities, right? Which are typically B2B opportunities where you use the power of the data that you have, you manage the interface, and then you monetize that data, right? Very often, if you actually do the math, you see that the value upside is higher in enhancing the customer experience for your own customer set, right? And if you look at the most successful cases of big data platform implementations, whether that is Netflix, whether that's Amazon, those have been to drive a significant differentiated customer experience for your users, leveraging the power of the data that you've collected from your user base, right? And so that's what I think is a fairly significant opportunity that should not be overlooked as well. And the improvement in customer experience comes, I'll take a very real example, Grab and Gojek, for instance. There is no switching cost, right? I could have the same Grab app and I could have a Gojek app, and I could arbitrage and use either of these two apps to get the closest taxi I need or to get a food delivery service or whatever. So the only way a company like that can create stickiness is by significantly leveraging the data asset that they have to tailor very, very personalized services that only they can provide because they know you as a user much better than anyone else, right? Which is why a platform like Netflix keeps getting users higher than an Amazon Prime and Disney Plus today because of the fact that their personalization and recommendation engine is better. Similarly, this is the reason why Amazon, when they are entering any country with their e-commerce proposition, is the one to beat because of the fact that their inherent ability to personalize a service is significantly superior to other players in that market typically, right? And so that, we believe, is an opportunity for incumbent non-digital companies, could be utility providers, could be retailers, could be telcos, because you're sitting on a bunch of these assets that helps you move away from your current segmentation, where we broadly segment based on psychography or behaviors into 7, 8, 10 different segment profiles. We believe that customer experience can be driven to a power of significantly higher by moving to a segment of 1. Only you know how I use my phone. You know when my alarm rings on my mobile phone because there's a signal change in the tower. You know when I go to sleep. You know the 6 alarms I keep in my phone. Everything that in that 24-hour window, a telco knows. Similarly, a retailer knows every touch point that I have. An internet company knows every touch point that I have, every transaction I have. So the power of developing predictive models to get to a segment of 1 that makes the switching cost significantly higher increases the customer lifetime value because of the fact that my satisfaction, my NPS is so high, is what we believe is the true power of big data. And the companies that will be ahead of that in leveraging that to getting down to a genuine segment of 1 would be creating significant barriers and competitive advantages for the others.
Thank you, Kiran, for your comprehensive explanation on how big data platform can improve significantly on customer experience. So I would like to ask questions to Pak Bambang. So here on Pak Komang's presentation, he mentioned that data literacy is everyone's ticket to digital society. And in your presentation also mentioned that in the roadmap for 2024 will be a smart government. So how does Ministry of ICT build awareness in terms of build data literacy to Indonesian citizens?
Okay. Yes, that's right. That the digital society is very important in transformation, digital transformation. And on this year, last year, 2021, Kominfo targeted that reach more than 12 million of Indonesian people to follow the digital literacy. The digital literacy as a part of the digital society or smart society in smart city program in Indonesia, and it's harmonized between many sectors: smart government, smart economy, smart society, and part of the activity is digital literacy. The citizen has an important role because smart government cannot be reached without participation from citizens. That's why we promote the government, we educate the people so they can use many applications that are provided by government, especially in public services. So government can serve citizen smartly and simple, cheaper and fast. I think that's all, Ibu Sri. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anggono. So, is there any other questions? I've seen more audience here live in Dubai. Any questions on big data? Okay, if no other questions, I would like to ask questions to Pak Komang. Back to Pak Komang. You mentioned that there are two challenges in big data platform. First, in big data, first is the platform itself, and the second one is in terms of people. So how does Telkom Indonesia address the requirement in terms of talent war for big data?
Yeah, the bottom line actually is big data analytics would be our daily operation. So we cannot always rely on the other party or partner to provide the talent for us, but we have to develop our own talent. So since Telkom Indonesia recruit new employee, so in the past they have never recruit any talents have background from statistical modeling and mathematical modeling. But since 2014, so at that time we start to set up big data initiative. So the company start to hire and recruit new fresh graduate from statistical engineering and also mathematical engineering. So it means that the company is very concerned about the talents, not just only recruit expert, middle, and senior level, but we train our employee from the scratch. We accompany them with good mentor, and we try to transform part of the people to become senior data scientists, that in the future we hope they're able to deal with any complex of rich data, both unstructured and structured data.
Thank you, Dr. Aryasa. So, Kiran, would you like to add from your experience how we can address these challenges in people in other parts of the world?
Yes, it's a very tough question, and I think there is no easy answer. I have a slightly different view in terms of what success looks like from a talent acquisition perspective. Yeah, I think the issue of talent in data science isn't too different to the issue of talent in the DevOps bucket, right? So what you've seen is that the DevOps bucket has had the luxury of a bit more time. And so we can learn lessons to see how center of excellences in the developer community have grown over the last 10, 12 years, and see if that trend will continue, and can we learn anything to accelerate that in the field of data science. And what we're seeing is that the most successful companies, no matter where they are, have tried to pursue developer communities in specific geographies, in specific center of excellence areas, right? So they've not tried to build capabilities in market for cost reasons, for talent reasons, and so on. So my hypothesis is that it will be a decentralized labor supply for data science as well. Successful companies will figure out a way to work with partners by acquisitions to build their talent capabilities. Many cases, it is unlikely that it is going to be in market. It has to be outside of the core market that the companies operate in. But given that it is going to be a critical skill set, and given that the volume of talent you need in this specific skill set is quite large, you'll have to figure out ways to tap into the supply market, because it's a supply constraint market, right? The demand significantly outstrips supply here. And in any such market where the demand outstrips supply, you will have to chase supply pools rather than try to create your own supply, which you should do anyways, but you will not get the volume and the at speed that you want to grow.
Thank you, Kiran. Pak Bambang, as I know that Ministry of Information and Communication and Technology has formed what they call it Digital Talent Academy. Has any of this involved in big data talent?
Yes, of course. One of the problems, like Pak Homang and Pak Kiran mentioned, that in the new world, in the 4.0, now the problem, part of the problem on the big data analytic is human resources. So that in Indonesian, in digital talent, part of digital talent, we are supporting, we are certified Indonesian people in big data and artificial intelligence certification. It's not just the problem is not just the human resources itself, but reward from the data scientists in Indonesia may be different with Singapore or any modern countries, and it might be homework for us that we need to develop the policy to provide to give the fair salary for data scientists. In the big data, big data is one problem, but another sector like data center, like security, there is as important as big data scientist or data scientist, and we need to accelerate the progression of this skill to many people as much as possible, especially in Indonesia. And I discussing with many universities, they open many class for this new skill, I think. Thank you, Gusti.
Thank you, Pak Bambang. I'm going to go back to Kiran. Can you give us one key winning strategy for big data platform?
I mean, I don't think there's a silver bullet here, but I think the key here for me, and the reason why I believe that there's a local play in building a big data platform is that governance and security are extremely important. And companies that have a significant access to large user bases and links to government institutions are naturally placed in a position to take that lead. And therefore, so for me, in market, there are going to be large global big data plays that I don't think you can defy. But in market value propositions will depend on showing and proving to the market that you can actually build governance and security protocols, monetizing the data that you have, and that you would not give away on those strict governance parameters and security protocols that you have. So that for me is critical to success here.
Thank you. Pak Komang, do you have one key strategy for winning in big data business?
Yes, John, just one sentence. Don't start from acquiring the technology or collecting data, but start from the business problem to win the big data platform.
Thank you very much. I think that your final statement will be the end of this discussion. And due to tight schedule to the next event, I would like to apologize to end this, that we have to end this session. If you have further questions, you can send your question to my email, safitri@telkom.co.id, safitri@telkom.co.id, and I will make sure that your questions will be sent to our remarkable guest speakers, Mr. Kiran, Mr. Bambang, and Dr. Aryasa. At the end of the session, on behalf of Ministry of Communication and Information and PT Telkom Indonesia, I would like to thank you for the speakers, for your time and expertise are much appreciated. For our great participants today, I would like to appreciate your keen interest and active participation in this session. Please come and invest into Indonesia. I will be back today on a talk show about gaming at 4 p.m. Dubai time or 7 p.m. Jakarta time. Thank you and have a good time.
Okay, big applause, ladies and gentlemen. A great moderator and also great speakers this lovely morning from Dubai. And I'd like to let you know that we will have another talk show this afternoon, 1 o'clock, and regarding Talin's global resources to accelerate your digital expansion. And also at 1:30 Dubai time, there will be Startup Pitch Expo and speed dating. Make sure that you'll join with us today. And I'm Paul Suwadi from Dubai. Thank you very much and catch you later. Goodbye.
The Big Box Data Platform makes it easy to say yes to any analytics workload from A to Z. Yes to enterprise-grade data solutions. Yes to the analytics your teams want to use. Yes to operating on-premise or on cloud according to your business needs. Yes to the future with a platform that flexes to meet your needs for today and tomorrow. Say yes to Big Box and say goodbye to traditional IT. Take a tour of Big Box Data Platform and see how it is an easier, faster, and safer enterprise analytics and data management platform with a new approach to data. To explain the components of Big Box, we'll take you through the platform from the viewpoint of your data and the journey it takes from ingest to visualization, the entire data lifecycle. Data moves through a lifecycle in 5 distinct phases. First, you need to ingest or collect the data. Second, you need to enrich it, clean it up, and structure it in a way that allows you to easily analyze the data. Third, you need to be able to process the data and generate meaningful value. Fourth, you need to be able to make predictions with that data, using it for machine learning and AI applications. And fifth, you need to visualize the data with visualization tools or a dashboard. Finally, a data platform that lets you say yes.
Data sangat dibutuhkan ketika melakukan perencanaan pembangunan. Ya, jadi perencanaan harus berbasis data. Apa yang sekarang ini dibutuhkan oleh masyarakat, ya, kesenjangan yang saat ini terjadi, itu yang menjadi starting point untuk kemudian dibenahi dalam rangka untuk mencapai tujuan sebuah pembangunan.
Terkait dengan data pemerintahan, problematika atau permasalahan yang mendasar adalah bahwa data pemerintah ketika dicari justru tidak ada di mana-mana. Sebetulnya data itu ada di mana-mana, tetapi masyarakat mengalami kesulitan pada saat mencari data. Itu adalah problematika daripada pengelolaan data yang ada di pemerintahan.
Ada beberapa hal yang sangat krusial dalam satu data. Kalau bisa saya simpulkan ada beberapa OPD itu sudah punya sistem tapi tidak integratif gitu. Kedua, itu tidak punya sistem tapi mereka punya data. Dan yang ketiga ini yang paling memprihatinkan adalah mereka masih menggunakan data-data yang sifatnya masih analog atau manual.
Saat ini masih diterbitkan Perpres 39 tahun 2019 tentang satu data. dan belum ada petunjuk teknis maupun petunjuk pelaksanaan. Nah, daerah tidak bisa menunggu terlalu lama. Daerah harus terus berusaha untuk melakukan inovasi-inovasi bagaimana data yang tersebar, data yang dibangun oleh OPD ini bisa terintegrasikan.
Jadi Semarang Satu Data ini adalah kependekan dari Semarang Satu Data. Ini adalah sebuah produk kebijakan terkait dengan pemanfaatan data oleh masyarakat Kota Semarang dalam satu platform.
Dan Satu Data ini sangat bergantung pada data-data digital, di mana Semarang Satu Data ini tidak hanya sebatas pada open data, kan tetapi Semarang Satu Data ini juga merupakan basis untuk perencanaan pembangunan daerah di Kota Semarang. Dengan memanfaatkan lampiran kedua Permendagri nomor 86 tahun 2017, itu sudah kita sediakan menu di mana kita bisa menghitung secara otomatis kinerja suatu organisasi perangkat daerah itu berdasarkan elemen-elemen data sektoral yang ada di Semarang Satu Data yang kita bagi ke dalam beberapa urusan pemerintahan.
Kami terima kasih sekali terkait dengan pengembangan Semarang Satu Data ini. Kami disupport oleh PT Telkom bagaimana membuat platform yang terintegrasi, yang interoperabilitas, yang bisa dibagi-pakaikan oleh berbagai OPD dalam rangka untuk membangun, merencanakan, dan melaksanakan berbagai program dan kegiatan masing-masing OPD.
Pertamina Patraniaga is a Pertamina subholding that focuses on oil and gas trading with international standards. We manage more than 15 million sales transactions every day in our gas stations. We have the vision to be a world-class national energy company. As an energy company pioneer, we have big responsibilities. Currently, we operate more than 7,000 gas stations across Indonesia.
Data management is very important for us to develop and make the right decision for business. Data transparency, accuracy, and real-time data become very crucial for us to ensure fuel distribution and stock endurance in this country. We used to collect the data manually, and that was very exhausting. That's why we choose BigBox as our big data platform. It helps us to manage the data in real time, as well as helping to get a comprehensive insight regarding the gas station profile along with customer transaction across Indonesia. That can be monitored through a management dashboard. Pertamina Patraniaga also use BigBox professional service that support us in creating the environment, which boosts the optimization in doing a quick process of a large amount of data and make a business decision.
We have the transaction data, stock data, tank data that all integrated and transferred to our system and analyzed there. This helps us in predicting fuel demand before any kind of shortage happens. Now, we can also connect and analyze thousands of data points with some key parameters from the IoT sensor easier and faster.
Previously, we have a limitation in handling huge amount of data in one system. With BigBox, it can be done.
This helps us to get real-time data related to data at gas station. And this is really exciting because we can use all the new technologies such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, and advanced analytics.
This is an amazing transformation that becomes a breakthrough for us to be a world-class energy company.
MDI is a corporate venture capital initiative by Telkom Indonesia, which is based in Jakarta with operations in Singapore and Silicon Valley. It provides seed-to-growth stage capital for early and mid-stage companies in Southeast Asia and globally. MDI has invested in over 50-plus companies across multiple emerging sectors, including healthcare, fintech, logistics, agriculture, consumer, and deep tech across 12 countries. With 5 main activities, MDI Ventures have developed an end-to-end investment ecosystem stretching from ideation to pre-IPO stage through multiple investment vehicles. We are currently managing several unique funds with a different angle, contributing to all stages of investment. MDI operates a set of multi-stage funds with separate, independent investment committees to efficiently administer the fund while supporting the startups throughout their life cycle.
We bring innovation and best practices from startup to accelerate Telkom and national transformation.
To maximize portfolio value within Telkom Group, MDI developed a digital synergistic ecosystem within the corporation.
In 2019, MDI Ventures became the best performing corporate venture capital in Indonesia with a record 3 acquisitions and 2 IPOs. MDI is increasingly demonstrating its existence by successfully obtaining funding worth $500 million in 2020. For this achievement, MDI Ventures won the award as Indonesia Best Venture Capital 2020 and contributed to supporting startup breakthroughs in the pandemic era. With more than $830 million in assets under management, MDI Ventures is now the largest corporate venture capital company in Indonesia and will be over $1 billion by 2024.
By facilitating synergy with startups, we empower the growth of digital entrepreneurship and help build the region's startup ecosystem. We deliver synergy value for Telkom Group and state-owned enterprise by ecosystem building.
MDI Indonesia aims to be the preferred CVC in Indonesia by delivering growth for startups and for Telkom through impactful and transformative digital ecosystem building for the state-owned enterprise. We catalyze the growth of the best-of-class and proven startups by giving them access and opportunity to participate in the customer base of the state-owned enterprise.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Live from World Expo 2020 Dubai in Indonesian Pavilion. I'm Paul Suari. Welcome you to another edition of Talk Show presented by Ministry of Communications and Informatics Republic Indonesia. This program is also live at Instagram and YouTube Telkom Indonesia. And we've got two great speakers this lovely afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to start by having opening speech by Mr. Samuel A. Pangarapan, Director General of Informatics Applications, Ministry of Communications and Informatics Republic of Indonesia. Please welcome Mr. Samuel A. Pangarapan.
Welcome and thank you everyone for coming to Indonesia Pavilion. We hope that this event can be an excellent time for us to share insight on Indonesia digital transformation. Through the Expo 2020 Dubai, Indonesia will bring the theme of creating future from Indonesia to the world, where we hope that we can share our vision for its sustainable future. And we also hope that this event can open new opportunity to work together. Ladies and gentlemen, one of our efforts that we are currently enact to face technological advancement is through the accelerated our national digital transformation process, which focus on the four strategic pillars such as digital infrastructure, digital government, digital economy, and digital society. Digital infrastructure is important foundation in digital transformation. That is why Indonesia government, through the Ministry of Communication and Informatics, speed up the process of deployment of digital infrastructure in every village in Indonesia. In this case, we build BTS and buy multiple function satellites to give equal internet access even for the people in the remote area. In the digital government pillar, we are strive to develop innovation that will support digitalization of the government. To accelerate the digitalization of government, we are deploying electronic government system to make better quality of public services. Other than that, we also create a single source of truth for government data called Satu Data Indonesia. In enhancing public service, we are also promoting local government to start implementing their smart city program. At this moment, we have already 141 cities and regencies that are already to develop their smart city program by utilization advanced technology. We are also actively providing policy that aim to support the development of the digital economy in Indonesia, such as policy on electronic system operator, certification authority, and personal data protection, in purpose of providing easy on doing business in Indonesia. Before I talk further on digital economy pillar, please allow me to share a few things on Indonesia's current digital landscape and economy potential. With Indonesia internet users reaching more than 200 million, the value of Indonesia digital economy is reported reach $70 billion in 2021 and expected to reach $146 billion in 2025, with the e-commerce sectors becoming the main driver for Indonesia with year-on-year of growth 52%. In addition to that, Indonesia is the fifth country with the highest growth in startup after US, India, UK, and Canada. Currently, we have 1 decacorn and 8 unicorn in Indonesia, and 4 of the newest unicorn achieved status in 2021 during pandemic. To support development of startup in varying stages, the government has set several programs in place. We have Gerakan Nasional 1000 Startups Digital for early stage startup, Startup Studio Indonesia for startup that aim to accelerate startup to achieve their product market fit and scale up in the future. Finally, for late stage startup, Hub.id is designed as a matchmaking program between startup and industry stakeholders. Distinguished guests, people are the heart of digital innovation. We are serious in preparing and developing the next generation of digital talent professionals through mandatory school curriculum and digital talent scholarship. For market digital readiness, we have digital literacy program called Gerakan Nasional Literasi Digital. This program educates Indonesia to adopt technologies and build a safe and ethical digital culture. This effort is aimed to make the Indonesian more mature in adopting new digital technology. Ladies and gentlemen and honorable guests, these 4 pillars make up Indonesia digital transformation roadmap in developing the national digital ecosystem for Indonesia digital nation. In the process of accelerating Indonesia digital transformation, we put forward the principle of nobody left behind. Therefore, in our effort to achieve this vision, we cannot work alone. We need to collaboration with various stakeholders. Most importantly, we are very open to all parties who are wishing to invest and collaborate with us in realizing the vision of Indonesia Digital Nation. Once again, thank you very much for your time and attention. We hope that you enjoy Indonesia Pavilion and the rest of agenda and other information that we have in store. Terima kasih.
Yes, thank you. Big applause once again, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Samuel Pangarepan for the opening speech. And we are moving to another speech, which will be keynote speech. We are kindly invite Mr. Sandi Widyastana, Director Operation or COO and Risk Management, MDI Ventures. Ladies and gentlemen, please, Mr. Sandi Widyastana.
Okay, good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Samuel Abriani Pangerapan, Director General of Informatics Application, Ministry of Communication and Informatics, Republic of Indonesia. Mr. Nyoman Adiarna, Director of Digital Economy, Directorate of Informatic Application, Ministry of Communication and Informatics, Republic Indonesia. Mr. Luat Sihombing, Coordinator of Business Matchmaking, Directorate of Digital Economy, Ministry of Communication and Informatics, Republic of Indonesia. Indonesian selected startups that attend and participate in this event: Easy, Opsigo, Tanihub, Mantro, Alo Dokter, Cityscope, Cicepat, and Dagangan, and all the invited guests who are present today. Thank you for joining us here today for the Indonesian Startup Pitching and Business Matchmaking event at the Indonesian Pavilion Expo 2020 Dubai. Southeast Asia is one of the fastest growing and most dynamic markets in the world. Indonesia specifically has the largest population in Southeast Asia with over 200 million people. According to our data, Indonesia digital economy has grown 10% from $40 billion in 2019 to $44 billion in 2020. In 2020, it is estimated that there was 7.7 billion of total capital invested by venture capital in Southeast Asia alone, and it's increasing from 5.6 billion in 2019. The number of active VC funds in Southeast Asia has increased 3.4 times from 115 in 2020 to 393 in 2020. And number of deals led by CVCs continues to rise as more corporations become aware of their need for exposure to the latest digital innovation to remain relevant and competitive. Indonesia continues to be the preferred venture capital investment destination with the biggest share of capital invested compared to neighboring countries such as Singapore, Malaysia, and Thailand. This highlights Indonesia as an emerging market for technological innovation that is full of opportunities for new ventures and potential local founders to bloom. Nowadays, Indonesia has breeded 9 unicorns, but we believe that this number is inadequate compared to the massive potential the market offers and the massive capital inflow to the region. Ladies and gentlemen, through this valuable opportunity, we want to introduce you to some of our top potential Indonesian startups to the wider market of the United Arab Emirates with the aim of securing new investment and new business deals. The startups presenting their pitches today are mostly portfolio of Hub ID, a startup accelerator program backed by the Ministry of Communication and Informatics, Republic of Indonesia, and from MDI Ventures also. We also bring some of our portfolio companies which are predicted to be the next unicorn in the next few years and invite you to join our journey of breeding more unicorns in the sea region. MDI Ventures is a multi-stage venture capital firm backed by Telkom Indonesia, a state-owned company in the telco industry which offices in Indonesia, Singapore, the United States, with our extended offices in Europe and South Korea. Since 2016, MDI has been trusted in managing a total $830 million of committed assets under management across our 5 active funds. And so far, we already have invested in 50+ companies across 12 countries. We have generated $325 million total synergy value between our parent company, Telkom Indonesia, and our startup portfolio. We have created a strong and notable reputation among our investment peers. Over the past years, we have made many achievements. We have 3 portfolio attaining unicorn status. So far, we have secured 11 investment exits, 3 through IPO in different countries, in Japan, in Australia, and also in Indonesia, and 8 through merger and acquisition. MDI Venture is also considered as Indonesia-based venture capital 2 times in CNBC Indonesian Award, both in 2020 and 2021. These are the result of years of determination and support from our parent company and the Indonesian government. In addition to support the Indonesian government in building the Indonesian digital ecosystem, we collaborate with Telkom Group, startup communities, government agency, angel investor, and other corporates to conduct startup incubators and accelerator program to breed new early stage startup and empower potential local founders. In 2021, we were mandated by the Ministry of Communication and Informatics Republic of Indonesia to organize Hub ID, a startup accelerator program focusing on business matchmaking. The objective is to accelerate digital creativity and technological innovation. In addition to stimulating new unicorn, and we also bring some of the top graduates with us today to pitch their solution to you. Being the center of the Middle East innovation, ultra-modern architecture development, and the smart ecosystem, Dubai offers many opportunities to create a new initiative. We hope that these startups could align with your interests and unlock collaboration business in the future. Thank you. Please enjoy today's session. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, thank you once again. Big applause for Mr. Sandi Widyastana, Director of Operations or COO and Risk Management, MDI Ventures. And it's my great honor for me to be here standing as Master of Ceremony. And then it's good for me to introduce you to the Alvin Evander, and he is going to conduct especially the startup pitch. Okay, big applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Alvin Evander. Okay, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Alvin Evander from MDI Ventures. So I'll be moderating the startup pitch today. So before we start the pitching session from the 5 startups who came here and also 3 who already have a pre-recorded videos, we'll play one video about the Hub ID program. Thank you.
Ekonomi digital dan industri 4.0 Indonesia tercepat di Asia Tenggara. Indonesia memiliki startup sekitar 2.193, kelima terbesar di dunia. Indonesia memiliki 5 unicorn dan Indonesia bahkan telah memiliki 1 dekakorn.
Let's give a big round of applause for Hub ID. Thank you, everyone. So without further ado, let's start the main event of today. So I'll invite the first startup to gonna pitch today. It's Gary, CEO of Easy. Please come. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Gary from Easy.ai. Today, I'd like to present a bit about Easy and what we do. So what we are a B2B2C mobile concierge and commerce platform for hotels and properties. So we help them to digitize all of customer interactions, transactions, as well as internal operations. Next. So right now, we've seen since COVID especially about how the hospitality and the property industry are facing difficult challenge, not just in Indonesia, but also globally. We've seen how the changes are shifting to digital rapidly since COVID. For example, in Indonesia alone, we saw a rapid increase of internet penetration from 64% in 2019 to 73% in less than a year. And this is one example of all other rapid digital shifts since COVID. Next. And we also saw the same pattern trend within the hospitality industry and how the hotel industry has been suffering a lot since COVID. It's not just that their occupancy are decreasing, but they also now need to shift their focus from past, present to future. Next. An interesting part that we've seen also here in Dubai is that Dubai is set to become the key hospitality industry destination within 2022 and the years upcoming. So we saw a very interesting increase and trend coming within this year to next. Hotels now need to shift their focus and really need to face all of the challenges. Not only they would need to increase and boost revenues from non-room sales, but they would also need to comply to the World Tourism Organization's endorsement of contactless experience and also digital transformations. Unfortunately, right now, hotels and properties could not really keep up yet. Next. And this is where we come in. We provide a flexible commerce and concierge platform for hotels that enable them to digitize all of their services and guest interactions, starting from the moment guests checked in until they checked out. So not only that we enable them to digitize all of their own services, but more importantly, we enable them to build an ecosystem that consists of external partners, vendors, other startups, local merchants, SMEs, etc. Next. So starting from guest checked in, everything that's previously being done and conducted manually are now conducted through our platform. Not only that hotels can digitize and provide a contactless experience, a safer experience to their guests in post-COVID, but more importantly, hotels now have all of the data detailed within their own grasp. So starting from guest checked in data, all of the orders, amenities, all of the interactions, they can measure up all of their service SLAs and also, more importantly, boost all of their ancillary revenues from guest consumptions. Next. We also enable our hotel partners to build and to launch their very own commerce platform, not just building a platform that consists of their own in-house services, but we enable them to collaborate with external partners and to build their very own digital ecosystem that consists of local SMEs and merchants like souvenir providers, local tour providers, but also in collaboration with other tech startups like on-demand car rental, on-demand health providers, and also other partners. Next. We have increased and we have expanded our services from only to hotels and accommodations since before COVID, to shopping malls and residentials in adjacent verticals, since COVID. Next. And we have also boosted our tractions and saw a very interesting increase within the past 6 months, especially since the latest lockdown in Indonesia. Next. So how we help and do our partners and clients, we help them to not only digitize their services, but more importantly, we help them to boost their ancillary revenues from non-room sales by up to 21%, and while also boosting up to 30% of their internal productivity. Next. We help them to also streamline all of the operations and reduce all of the bottleneck within operations, and enable each department or division to handle their very own tasks, and therefore no more bottlenecks within hotels and properties. Each department can focus on their own tasks, and more importantly, hotels can have a real-time data analytics that can provide them with a deeper look into their own system and their own SLAs, and increase their internal productivity. Next. We have acquired more than 12,700 rooms within the past 3 years, with an additional 40,000 rooms in our pipeline, processing more than 260,000 of guest reservations, with $510,000 of guest transactions, and 140,000 of ARR. Next. We have expanded since COVID from just 3 cities to 19 cities within whole Indonesia, and partner up with international partner within 5 countries, including Indonesia, within Southeast Asia and also India. Our partners consist of different parties, starting from local hotel associations, local hotel system integrators and provider, up to other property developers as well, and other startups. Next. We saw the market as a very interesting one because everyone loves travel, and we strongly believe that travel and hospitality will return back and even goes past the peak with starting from this 2022. We've seen all of this surge and trend right now in Dubai here, the international destinations. And Indonesia and UAE itself is a market of more than 100 that needs and that really desperately looking for digitizations. Next. We provide fully flexible commerce model, combining a flat monthly subscription model with a revenue share based on transactions, all with solid 12 to 24 month subscription. Next. We strongly believe that this is the model to achieve, for us, that enable us to achieve a scalable growth as a startup. The sustainable recurring revenue will provide us with a solid base of revenue, and the transaction share part will enable us to achieve a scalable growth in the future. Next. And our vision is to become an end-to-end seamless platform and ecosystem, not just for hotels, but also for adjacent properties as well, digitizing and streamlining customer interactions, transactions, as well as operations. Next. And also building an ecosystem integrated and collaborating with other platforms and solutions as well in the market, and to make a seamless solution for both hotels and property. Next. We are the only one providing this fully flexible model that can cater to not just all types of hotels and accommodations, starting from luxury to budget homestays, but it also enables us to collaborate with various B2B partners, such as what we do in Korea, India, and Philippines right now. Next. And this is us. We are a combination of more than 39 years of work experience within hospitality, property, and also startup industry that enables us and provide us with a holistic look of tackling the challenge and executing the idea. Next. We have also been selected as part of various reputable programs, startup programs, not just in Indonesia, but also in other countries such as Singapore, Korea, Australia, and latest one being one of the startups selected within the future travel competition in Europe. Next. we have raised a total of $700,000, and we're currently raising for additional $300,000 of an extension of the latest round, because we strongly believe that 2022 will be the key moment and key timing for us to grow and to achieve a scalable growth in the market, and also to kickstart a bigger round by end of next year, because 2022 will be the key year for the travel and hospitality industry to recover and to even reach its peak. And we want to be part within the new normal. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary, for your presentation. I think if you have questions and would like to ask Easy or Gary, you can reach out to him after this event. Before continuing to the next page, I would like also to greet guest, His Excellency Mr. Fadil Muhammad, Deputy Speaker of People Consultative Assembly of Republic Indonesia. Thank you, Pak, for coming. So I think let's continue to the next page. I would like to invite Edward, CEO of Opsigo. Please come forward.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Edward Yusuf. I'm the CEO of Opsigo, a travel technology company in Indonesia. Okay, so Opsigo is a travel technology company. Next. We established in 2014. We start the development in 2012. And in 2015, we start to go for production. In 2016, we received the first investment from Indigo. So we are a full Telkom Indonesia startup. We start with Indigo. And in 2018, we received another follow-on funding from Genesia Ventures in Japan, as well as MDI Venture from Indonesia. In 2018, we also penetrate the ASEAN market. And in 2019, we received an award from Microsoft as the best independent software vendor for Indonesia. So by now in 2021, we already have over 40 employees, mostly developers. And we have 2 offices, one in Jakarta and one office in Bandung. And up to today, we already issued about 4 million tickets in Indonesia. Yeah, and I believe in Indonesia, airline ticket is very dominant because we have a very strong domestic market. 90% of the ticket issued in Indonesia is actually domestic ticket. It's not an international ticket compared to other countries. And this is actually quite good because we still survive up to today because we have a pretty strong domestic market compared to other countries in ASEAN. With total accumulated GTV over 900 million since we are established. And by today, our GTV in 2019 is about 500 million US dollars. In Opsigo, by now we have 17,000 corporate registered in the system and about 77,000 users. And by now we already established in 5 countries in ASEAN: Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Thailand, and Philippines. And very unfortunate, because of COVID-19, we have to suspend the country penetration because of the travel condition. Next. So what we are doing? Me, myself, as the CEO, have been working within the travel industry for 20 years. And my CTO as well, working with the travel technology for over 20 years as well. So we know exactly what we are doing and what we are establishing, and then what we are developing is actually based on the global standard. Okay, and currently what we are doing is we are helping the digital transformation for the offline or conventional travel agents. So people might aware that OTA hitting very bad to the retail market, hitting very bad to the conventional travel agent market. However, the conventional travel agent market still have another market, which is corporate client. And then to penetrate the market, they will need to have a system. And then here come Opsigo to help them migrating to become a hybrid travel agents. And up to today in Indonesia, hybrid travel agent market is actually covering about 30% of the market. And then conventional travel agent is about 70% of the market, and OTA is around 30% of the market. Next. Okay, we have three main modules. The first one is actually in the middle, Opsigo. This is an online booking tools. We are aggregating from multiple travel vendor into a single system. And from the system, we can create an API output that can be used by the second product called Opsikop. Opsikop is actually a travel management system, and this mostly used by the corporation, mostly big enterprises. One of our largest customers is actually Pertamina. The system will manage all traveling or business trip required by the company, and the system will automatically detect who is traveling and then what is the budget, what is the entitlement, whether they are can go with business class ticket or in economy ticket, with Garuda or low cost carrier. Then the system will detect the whole things. And we also have the safety features to detect where are the traveler in the current position based on the ticket. So we have the demography to show the customer where is their travelers. And the third product is Opsifin. This is a full mid and back office solution that we create for travel agents. So by the time the corporate customer issue the ticket, goes to Opsigo, link to Opsifin, and generate the ticket the invoice automatically. Next. Here is some of our customer. By now we are covering 70% of the conventional travel agents market for Indonesia. We already cover 70% of the leading travel agent in Indonesia, as well as we also have insurance company as our customers, Sompo and Suri. We also servicing Scoot Indonesia for their web portal distribution system. And we also servicing some of big enterprises and also state-owned enterprises for managing their travel expenditure. Next. So here is our traction. Very unfortunate because travel is hit badly by the COVID-19. However, we have a pretty good traction up to 2019. Our CAGR is over 100%. However, during the COVID, the transaction decreased dramatically. However, the good thing we are survived and we can maintain our revenue since 2019 to 2021. Even in 2021, we already have a greater revenue compared to 2019. Next. And as mentioned that we developed the engine based on global standard. So we also have some other global industry recognition. We are the only system in Indonesia that recognized by Amadeus, Sabre, and Travelport. We are the only system in Indonesia certified by these three GDSs. We are appointed by AirAsia as the appointed API agent. So most of the API for AirAsia by the time an agent will need to access is coming from Opsigo. And then the last one in 2021, we already received certification from Singapore Airlines for new distribution capabilities level 4. Level 4 is the highest level given by Singapore Airlines. And our last recognition is actually coming from Expedia. Expedia is proposing us to become Expedia general sales agent for API product for Indonesia. So having this, we are targeting to have another $1.5 million income per annum. Next. Okay, so what will be our plan if we receive the fund? Basically, we want to do early start. We have to prepare the whole things. We want to do the integration with more vendor from time to time. And then we also need to develop the market. We are need to develop or replicating our success in Indonesia to other countries in ASEAN. So we need to have the fund for expansion to other countries. As well as we also need to have research, development, and innovation. So this is the thing that we cannot stop because we are a technology company. And for sure, we're going to improve our revenue stream. because by the time we are servicing other countries, we are going to charge the customer in US dollars. Yeah, we have to do marketing and event and also strengthen the company structure by adding more quality people within the company. So by the current fundraising, we are expected to have $3 billion US dollars, and then here's our target. This next. So this is what our estimated revenue in 2025 if the process going well for the travel industry. We are expecting to have 2.5 million per annum from NDC. This is the new product from the airlines. And then we are expecting to have another 4.5 million from non-GDS product, low-cost carrier, and etc. And from the hotel, not much, because hotel process is only about 10% of the revenue. So our main income will mostly come from OpsiCorp, which is this is a travel management system servicing the corporation. So we are expecting to have $35 million income in 2025. Next. So thank you very much for today. I hope everybody always healthy from time to time. And then thank you. And then if you are interested to invest in our company, please feel free to contact Hub ID or contact MDI. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edward, for your presentation. So I think let's continue to the next company. So the next company will be Tanihub, but we are very sorry that Tanihub can't be here today with us in Dubai. But they already prepared a pre-recorded video about their presentation that's gonna be presented by Pamitra Wineka, the CEO of Tanihub Group, and also Natalia Riaruki as the Chief Strategy Officer of Tanihub Group. So please, can you play the Tanihub video? Thank you.
My name is Pamitra Wineka, or you can call me Eka. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Tanihub Group, Indonesia's leading agri-tech platform focusing on digitizing the supply chain and distribution of fresh produce from farm to table. We started this company as a social project to help a group of smallholder farmers that initially had difficulty selling their produce. They initially sold all their harvest at extremely low prices to middlemen, but after using our platform, they could get better pricing, and soon more and more farmers applied to sell through Tanihub. Since then, we kept developing the platform with the vision to democratize agriculture so it is accessible, affordable, and efficient for everyone. First, I would like to give a bit of color on the Indonesian agriculture sector. It is the second largest contributor to the GDP, and it's the biggest employer of the Indonesian workforce. In fact, Indonesia has 27 million farmers, where 91% are actually smallholder farmers. Agriculture, especially related to food security, has become the government's focus sector through the past 5 years, since Indonesia has consistently become a net importer of food, meaning that the national demand is far higher than the food production capacity. This is to the suboptimality of the existing agriculture supply chain, where a harvested produce usually goes through 5 to 10 layers of middlemen before reaching the end consumer. This causes high food waste as well as high price disparity between the farmer and consumer. Tanihub Group solves the inefficiency by streamlining supply chain with technology that allows better outcomes for farmers and consumers. Starting from the upstream, where we provide capital for cultivation through our peer-to-peer platform TaniFund, continued by our processing and distribution platform called Tani Supply, then later on reaching our B2B and B2C consumers through Tanihub. Our management team consists of experienced professionals with backgrounds coming from consulting, operations, and other leading tech companies, making the team diverse yet dynamic in order to tackle such a challenging sector. Our investors are also some of the top-tier investors from Southeast Asia. Since our establishment in 2016, we have expanded through Indonesia's main islands of Java and Bali. And starting from 2022, we plan to expand our services to farmers and customers in other islands and even internationally via exporting partners. We have also maintained our position as market leader while showing significant growth in the past 2 years, averaging 6 times in terms of revenue, products processed, and customers. We are proud to have built a brand that consumers love, achieving top brand power in the Indonesian e-grocery category amongst other agri-tech platforms. In addition to that, our brand equity is stronger than other e-grocery specialists and major e-commerce platforms. As of today, we are the major fresh produce and grocery supplier to GrabMart. Our brand power is driven by the fact that TaniHub has the strongest total and top-of-mind brand awareness amongst e-grocery focused players in Indonesia, making TaniHub well-positioned to capture a major share of Indonesia's e-grocery sector. Moreover, our customer advocacy is relatively higher than other competitors, helping us to build both acquisition and retention. Since we started this company with a social impact mission, ESG has been an important focus in how we conduct our business. I would like to hand over the presentation to Ria, our CSO, who is also in charge of our social impact initiatives.
Hi everyone, my name is Ria. I'm the Chief Strategy and Social Impact Officer at TaniHub Group. And today, I want to share you a little bit about our company. As a mission-driven company, we committed to also track our impact day by day. As mentioned, not only we have reached more than 110,000 farmers, we have also reached towards more than 1,300 small-medium enterprises and also generate more than 1,500 entrepreneurs that we call as patriots. What's the most important metric here is not only one, that more than majority of our farmers increase in terms of income by 25%, but we are starting also to track our carbon footprint reduction, that we have tried to reduce more than 4.8 up to 5.3 metric tons of carbon dioxide by making the supply chain more efficient. And this year we're also tracking how much actually carbon footprint we're reducing by the amount of food waste and food loss we reduce along the way, which will easily double or triple this effect that we have today. But we believe that our trajectory is very strong and we will provide the best outcome not only for our farmers but also for our partners and supporters. We're confident to continue delivering positive growth and values, not only to our farmers, our customers, our shareholders, and also our partners. This year alone, despite the pandemic, we have achieved more than $60 million in terms of revenue. And we're confident with the market uptake and recovery after the pandemic, we will double our revenue next year. We are also confident and believe that we will be the first agri-tech startup that will be listed in 2024. This growth will not be able to be achieved if we just business as usual. We have our growth recipe that will not only provide us to become closer to the farmers, but also to provide better produce to our customers and grow both our farmers and customers. We want to do this by decentralizing our supply and decentralizing our demand. The way we will decentralize our supply is by opening up more than 1,000 packing houses by next year, which will become the small hubs or the small houses next to the farmer's field, so that it will become the point of inventory where they would buy the harvest from the farmers and will inform TaniHub that they have such produce ready to be sold. From previously only 1 or 2 points of sourcing, now we will have more than 1,000 points of sourcing. And this will only be done if we can also create the technology that will equip us to, in real time, understand what produce is available, at what price, at what volume, as well as also to inform back the farmers what produce we're going to be needed in the next week or the next coming weeks. We believe that this decentralization of supply will get us the upper hand and will build our moat as the agri-tech player in this country that will become very resilient towards competition. Now, how do we decentralize our demand? We will decentralize our demand by not only selling directly to wholesalers, modern retailers, wet market, but also to open dark stores. By having more dark stores, it means we can serve our B2C customers wherever they are efficiently and using a very good unit of economics. So previously, the logistics costs that can be very painful and very big to overcome for a growing company. With the existing of dark stores, with the existing of 100 dark stores by next year, we'll be able to help us achieve more than 10 times the customer base that we have today. Our dream of unlocking the value for more than 27 million farmers in Indonesia will be difficult to come true if we do it on our own. That's why we invite you to support us and welcome you to join the mission with us.
Given that, I would like to invite everyone here to be part of our exciting mission and dream together with 700 ANI squads here. Thank you.
So thank you, Tani Hub, for the pre-recorded video. So I think if you have any questions or you would like, any of you would like to connect with Tani Hub, feel free to reach out to me. I'll be more than happy to connect you guys. So let's continue to the next company, next startups. I'd like to invite Zaki, CEO of Manpro. Please come forward. Take it up for applause.
Let's start. Okay. Good day, everyone. Assalamualaikum. My name is Zaki. I'm CEO and founder of Manpro. We are a software service for project management. We are here to explain solutions to avoid project construction dispute. Okay, next. As you see in Indonesia, easy to find the news. That is many project dispute lead to project fail. We can see in the other region, in the small city and outside of Jakarta, in Kalimantan, not finished project. And we also can, maybe you already happened to you, you dispute with your contractors or owner, don't pay contractors, or contractor don't get paid. This happen all the time. So next. So this is problem of lack of information, lack of trust, no trust between owners and contractors. This due to the project in Indonesia. They are around Indonesia. You can imagine if you have 100 projects in Indonesia and other island. Meanwhile, you stay in Jakarta. What you get for project reporting, we don't know about it. So late reporting as well, and people are only using the Google Drive and sometimes WhatsApp for their communication. No auditable idea. So we are here. Okay, next. Solution is to gather all stakeholders in one place. Okay, there's financial service, owner, consultant, contractor, material provider, construction firm. Easy to communication in one place. So often say that 80% project success is by communication. So in our platform, everyone can easily to communication to see the report, to see what happened now in the project, and also the easy to auditable. Okay, next. And we have value proposition. Stakeholder can collaboration easily, and also we create the platform that easy to customize. Even me as an engineer can do the customization easily without costly programmer. So we built in this as well. We become a fair and neutral platform between shareholder and stakeholder. We increase trust, and we also have an information system ISO, and we can use to be one of platform audit by government. Okay, next. And Manpro also use Internet of Things. For example, in this case, we use Internet of Things to detect the fuel leaks in the project field. You know, billions of dollars can be become a fraud of fuel leaks in our project. We can detect by our IoT. Okay, next. Our commercial clients at the moment, from the government, from the state-owned private company, and also from private company, it consists of the healthcare, and also oil and gas, and mining, and the vaccine factory also use us, and some contractors use us until now. Carry on. Before they use MainPro, there's a lot additional work and cost of runs because of many discrepancy happens in the project. And after they use MainPro, they can reduce cost project of runs. Let approvals, comment, review in the complex construction system can be simple in MainPro. And feasibility easily to see in MainPro. Okay, carry on. So we can save millions of dollars every year for owner and also for contractors. Save time for visiting the project, also the searching and looking the document and anything else. And also they can save the programmer's cost and project manager IT to build a fancy things for project construction. Okay, carry on. This is interesting. The market size construction ecosystem is huge. It consists of service, material, labor, insurance, and financing. We will move our capital to Kalimantan, where we build the toll road, where we build the port, where we build building and infrastructure or anything else. In 2045, Indonesia become 4 or 5 largest economy in the world. Will be need more infrastructure. So the total construction market is billion. And MainPro will enter this market within this year. Okay, carry on. So the different our system with others from outside. We have IoT in our project, system monitoring, and we also have engagement with local finance and insurance service project, engagement with local provider, engagement with local labor provider. Meanwhile, the others, software from outside, they have no connection with local provider. Next. So our monetize, we are money subscription at the moment, and also for subscription from IoT, project monitoring in our construction, and we will make this year material provider, financial service, labor, project insurance, and project funding. This will be the huge market for us. Next. Me, myself, my name is Zaki. I have 25 years in construction. My background is architects. My friend Rani is a civil engineer, project manager. Also have 10 years in construction industry. We've been working for the construction company and owner, and we have programmer, and also we have a support team programmer as a helping the CTO to develop fancy thing platform. Okay, carry on. For the 3 years we're running, we have 300 projects, more than 5,000 active users, more than 100 company, and we 3 years we got 400,000 traction from our customer, and will be increased in this year. Yes, carry on. So and this year we already built the financial service partner with us, with the insurance and financing, and then we will build the material provider marketplace for our connection of material construction. The next year we will the provider marketing, and also we will introduce to people how to manage the construction project properly. Okay, next, carry on. This is example that our project this month. For example, tenant customer will input the payment in MainPro, and then owner see how much the tenant already paid to them, and so they can call the contractor to be a construction cost and fee based on material owner purchase. So material will be clear transparency, how many they use in the project, and contractors knows how many percentage they get paid from the owner, and tenant customer, even they're far away from the project, they can see the progress of project from their mobile phone. This is very clear problem solving for construction right now. Okay, next. Okay, why you can invest with MainPro? Because we are able, effective, efficient platform that we use for 3 years in Indonesia, and we have a founder background in project management construction, and time is now. because people already in fintech, logistic, but huge construction, they don't touch yet. So this is the time to enter the construction area. Okay, I think next. We're looking forward to meet you to discuss. I would like to have a partnership in your country because our software is a universal software, and you can talk to me about investment in WinPro. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zaki from Manpro. So let's move on to the next company. So the next company is gonna be AlloDoctor. So very sorry, AlloDoctor can't be here with us, but they also prepared a pre-recorded video that's gonna be presented by Suci Arumsari, the President Director of AlloDoctor. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Suci Arumsari, President Director of AlloDoctor. Nice to meet you. I hope all of you are healthy and staying safe and sound. Even though we are unfortunately unable to meet in person, I'm happy to share a bit about AlloDoctor with you today. With this opportunity, I would like to present to you about AlloDoctor as the leading and most trusted health platform in Indonesia, part of MDI Venture Portfolio Company. The background of AlloDoctor existence is motivated by my personal experience in 2014, whereas I was diagnosed with a rare genetic disease in the spine which made me paralyzed in the lower body part. At the moment, I feel confused, frustrated, as I was unable to find reliable information and doctors related to my illness. As I had my limited movement, I rely on online media and there is almost no accurate information that I could find to help my problem. Therefore, I don't want any young Indonesian families to feel desperate like me when searching for accurate health information online. This is what made me create AlloDoctor, the most complete health application that can be accessed online. The big vision of AlloDoctor is to be a platform that provides the most comprehensive health solutions and support to young Indonesian modern families. And now, AlloDoctor, supported by the best team of doctors and technology, can provide the most trusted overall health solution in Indonesia. AlloDoctor presents in focusing on providing healthcare that is, first, accessible, second, affordable, and third, trustworthy. Accessible health service that can be accessed anytime and anywhere as a need in the palm of your hands. Affordable service for good quality healthcare online. Trustworthy, trusted health service that is supported by the best medical team. We believe that focusing on these three aspects will help fulfill the healthcare needs of Indonesian families. AlloDoctor has become the first contact across every patient touchpoint and helps them take the right decisions in their medical journey. As the illustration, AlloDoctor provides the comprehensive medical reach that can be accessed online to provide the health information for user as the prevention action. Then, if the health issue occurs, user can consult with a doctor through the chat features for the initial step. If users need several medical action, our doctors can suggest the user to make the appointment with the doctors at the partner hospital for the direct examination. After the doctor's appointment, user may chat with our doctors again online to follow up on their condition, and if necessary, doctors can provide the prescription that can be used on our e-pharmacy feature. Lastly, AlloDoctor offers health insurance that can complement health protection to give patients peace of mind. As I shared previously, AlloDoctor provides medical articles that are written in Bahasa so that Indonesian can easily understand the essence of the information. Now, we are the largest health content platform in Indonesia and #1 of medical website where we have produced more than 10,000 articles, which covers more than 500 topics. AlloDoctor medical content is made and reviewed by the doctors to develop reliable health content for Indonesian. Besides articles, AlloDoctor creates content in attractive form that reaches more than 23 million online users in social media. In an offline setting, when a patient experiences a health issue, patients have to make appointments or visit a clinic or hospital, which is time-consuming. In addition, patients in smaller cities have to travel to bigger cities if they have specific conditions that require specialist attention, as a doctor are more often concentrated in the big cities. With our telemedicine feature, AlloDoctor can connect patients with their doctor directly from their smartphone. The service is available 24/7 where the doctor will answer them really quickly and accurately within 2 minutes. Since AloDokter has full list of GP and specialist doctors, users can ask any kind of their health issue easily. To accommodate the patient to make appointments with the doctors at the hospital, AloDokter provides a booking feature that has a wide selection of doctors and healthcare facilities in Indonesia. If they are recommended to go for an offline visit during telemedicine consultation, patients can directly book the appointment on AloDokter app. Currently, we have millions of visitors to our booking page every month and have partnered with more than 1,500 hospitals and clinics. To complete the patient journey in the AloDokter app, AloDokter has also launched AloShop as the e-pharmacy feature that offers various OTC and prescription drugs, medicines that can be delivered nationwide. During a telemedicine chat, doctor can issue a prescription according to the medical condition, and the prescribed drugs can be directly purchased in AloShop and delivered to the patient doorstep. Lastly, we also have AloDokter Proteksi, which provides health protection for patients. Our Proteksi products have inpatient and or outpatient option available with affordable monthly premium price. AloDokter aims to be the one-stop health solution by creating a meaningful healthcare ecosystem that supports not just patients but also doctors. For doctors, we create AloMedica, our doctors network platform, which provides medical content and social networks that are beneficial for their career. Now, AloMedica has more than 43,000 doctors in the platform. Then, from the patient side, we provide concrete health solutions such as health content, health insurance, hospital appointments, and e-pharmacy that are covered in AloDokter. The monthly active users has reached more than 30 million. Both platforms support each other, as doctors in AloMedica can be both listed in the telemedicine chat and for offline appointment booking. In the beginning of the journey, AloDokter consists of a small team who are passionate about advancing the healthcare of Indonesian people. Now, AloDokter has grown to become a bigger family that is ready to continue the growth to address both patient and doctor's needs. AloDokter is the leading super health app in Indonesia that has more than 13 million monthly active users and more than 43,000 doctors on the platform. AloDokter has grown tremendously, but the journey to democratize the healthcare access has just begun. And AloDokter achievement as the most progressive health tech startup cannot be separated from the support of the investor, such as MGI Ventures, and we continue to be grateful for the support. In light of the pandemic, telemedicine is becoming the most needed service. Here, together with BUMN, AloDokter can make the best synergy to provide the best health services for Indonesians. The program that we call Collaborate include corporate health insurance, media placement, customizable health service, and health benefit for network service bundling and loyal customers. Moreover, we also open for any kind of discussion for the further collaboration. Finally, that is the end of my presentation. We are looking forward to collaborating with you, and I'll see you in other opportunities. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you, AloDokter, for the video. So let's move on to the next company. So I'd like to invite Satria, CEO of Cityscope. Please come forward. Please give a round of applause.
Yep. Hello and good afternoon, everybody. I'm Satria from Cityscope. Yes, and in Cityscope, we are looking for facilitating seamless integration for nationwide medical inclusion. Next. Firstly, I would like to welcome you to the healthcare market of Indonesia. In Indonesia, we have around 270 million people and around 3,000 hospitals, 20,000 clinics, and 45,000 pharmacies, with 233,000 doctors in serving 222 million patients annually. Next. And then I would like to bring you to a smaller scope of Indonesian healthcare provider. I bring to you RBC. RBC is Rumah Bersalin Cuma-Cuma, or literally translated as Free Birthing House. So it is a clinic outside of Bandung with free services to all the patients because all of the patients are certified mustahik. Mustahik are the people that is able to receive the donations of other Muslims. Next. And then I would like you to meet Bu Marni. Bu Marni is one of the patients in RBC and one of the mustahik. She went to labor with pregnancy abnormality, so she required to rush to the C-section at the hospitals. However, she was rejected by 4 nearby hospitals because the clinic is not integrated to SysRoute. SysRoute is the integrator system that can facilitate the referral patients of one healthcare facilities to another. Next. So the problem is not just digitalization, but the limited reach of it. The healthcare or the Ministry of Healthcare already setting up the standard for the healthcare integration. However, the lack of education and lack of reach of this digitalization really troubling Bu Marni and 20 million others low-income categories, low-income patients in Indonesia. Next. So we are making a medical record aggregator protocol as a collaboration platform for a fast, secure, and accurate medical decision to reduce the cases of Bu Marni in the future. In this platform, we have permission-based health information exchange, multi-layered verification, as well as distributed and secure digital identities. Next. So how does our platform work? When the patient is facing the doctors, even if it's through a teleconsultation or through a physical session, the patient will give the key to the doctors. What happened was the doctor will be able to open the medical records of the patient. When the doctor needs to open another medical record that's actually pushed or uploaded by another doctor or another healthcare facilities, the doctor will request the clearance from that other doctor or other healthcare facilities to actually be able to open the comprehensive version of their medical records data. Next. So we have a patient-centric permission where the patients like Bu Marni is actually holding the data access so that the data leakage can be minimalized to a very minimum level. The data can be able to integrate it to 4 hospitals, for teleconsultation doctors, interoperability, and also reporting to Ministry of Healthcare, Ministry of Health, for example, as well as giving the clearance to universities to actually using the data for research purposes so that they can receive a research grant to have a better and cheaper healthcare service in the future. Next. Our business model, we are charging a flat admin fee of 3,000 rupiah for every patient that's paying for themselves. And then we are charging an API fee of 500 rupiah per patient for insurance patient. Next. Our market size in Indonesia, we have around 22 billion. This is specified to a medical record management market size. And then for operable market, we are looking at $7 million, which is 10% of market size in Java Island. Next. Traction-wise, after 6 months of commercialization, we managed to adopt 42 clinics and then have 3 research deal with universities, ITB, UGM, and also UNPAD. And then we have 1 implementation in province that will be going in this January. We already served 13,000 patients and have 22,000 medical records in our blockchain network. Next. competitor-wise, we are actually not head-to-head with Zcare, Trustmedis, and Asis ID, but we actually can be the data aggregator between these healthcare facilities. Next. This is our team. Consists of me as a CEO. I was previously a project engineer in General Electric. And then we have Azam as our CTO. He was a blockchain developer and have experience managing data in big hospitals in Malaysia. And then we have Dr. Sheila as Chief Medical Specialist. She was previously a data verificator in BPJS Kesehatan, as well as Namira as our CFO. She was graduated from Northampton University, focusing in finance. Next. Roadmap-wise, in 2021, we are focusing in user-based activation. And then in 2022, we are opening new revenue stream in analytics services. And then in 2023, we will be opening our blockchain as a metadata for AI-based development for healthcare services. Next. Yes, for that, we are looking for $500,000 as a seed stage. Currently, we already have $100,000 commitment from Telkom and also Telkomsel. 20% of it will go to community, 10% to infrastructure, 40% to market expansion, and then 30% to product and team. Next. Yep, we are looking to have 5x revenue within 4 years' time. And with your investment, I will assure you that we can get there much faster. Next. Together, we are inviting you to work together towards healthier Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Satria. Good presentation. So let's move on to the next company. The next company is gonna be Cepat. But Cepat can't be here in Dubai today, so they also prepared a pre-recorded video that's gonna be presented by their corporate finance team. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting us to your prestigious conference. We do apologize for not being able to attend in person. However, through this presentation, we do hope that we can provide you with further insights into our company, Cepat Express Indonesia. So without further ado, let me begin the presentation. Okay, so we began with our last mile logistics company, Cepat Express Indonesia, which remains to this date our core business. So Cepat commenced operations in 2015, and within a short period of time, we became profitable. The top 3 e-commerce logistics provider with a nationwide distribution network all across Indonesia. So as you can see on the chart to your right, we are present in all major islands of Indonesia, and we do have one of the widest distribution network in the country. But our vision is is beyond just last mile. What we have built and what we are continuing to build is an end-to-end logistics company within a technology ecosystem. So what do we mean with an end-to-end logistics? Let me take you to this slide. So this slide here summarizes our main business units. As you can see from the slide here, our service offering extends beyond just last mile. Yes, we started with a very strong core last mile logistics company, Cepat. But in recent years, we've also expanded into mid-mile logistics through our company Cargoloka, providing air and land freight handling services. We also provide warehousing and fulfillment services to our clients through Highstar. And then our company Hera provides e-commerce enabling services. Clodio is a software and information technology company, essentially providing the relevant IT backbone for our logistics business units and also to third-party clients. Okay, so in terms of business model, this is where we are quite differentiated from our competitor. We adopt a decentralized business model, and we are able to do so because we fully operate our own outlets, quite differentiated to our competitors, many of whom still adopt a franchise model. Now, what it means for us to fully operate our own outlets is that we will be able to, not only control quality, but also we are able to maximize the capacity in our outlets. Whereas in a franchise model, the main activities within that outlet is merely as a pickup point. Our outlets can serve a wider array of services, including, not only as a pickup point, but also as a last mile delivery point. And in the intermediate process, also acting as a pre-sorter for the packages. And what it means to fully operate our own outlets is that it gives us more agility to adapt to new business circumstances. So in the circumstances or in an area where we feel that it is lacking in terms of performance, it is very easy for us to close down that particular outlet. Whereas for some of our competitors who adopt a franchise model, obviously it will be more difficult to close down that outlet because there's a contract to be fulfilled under the franchise agreement. Conversely, on an area where we feel that lacks capacity, it will be very easy for us to add new outlets, whereas for a franchise model, there are a lot of steps that have to be taken, including onboarding the franchisee and so forth. Okay, in terms of financial performance, so we've grown massively over the last 2.5 years. Revenue from the beginning of 2019 to the third quarter of 2021 grew by 15 times. And if we focus solely on the last 1 year, from the 9 months of 2020 to the 9 months of 2021, we grew volume by 2.2x, revenue by 2.4x, and EBITDA by 3x. So we were able to expand EBITDA faster than revenue, implying an EBITDA margin expansion. That is reflective of our ability to not only grow our volume, but also to maintain and improve cost efficiency. We became profitable since the second quarter of 2020, and we were able to maintain that profitability. It's not just one-off blip, and in fact have grown our profitability over the last few quarters. This chart here on the bottom left illustrates our improving SLA performance, and this is quite an achievement, considering that we were able to grow volume by more than double over the last 2 years, over the last 1 year. We were able to do so without sacrificing quality, which is reflected here in terms of our service level performance, which increased from 97% in the beginning of 2020 to over 99% as of the third quarter of 2021. Capacity, as can be seen on the chart to your right, we've tripled our capacity, or the number of couriers and the number of outlets from the beginning of 2020 to September of 2021. That number of outlets have tripled, and again, over the last 1 year alone, capacity has doubled, so in line with the volume growth. Okay, so on the last slide here, just to summarize, relative to our competitors, we do offer a wider range of services. Not only do we offer last mile logistics, but we also offer line haul services, mid-mile logistics. We also offer warehousing and fulfillment services. We can integrate brand and merchants platform. We are also an e-commerce enabler, and we adopt a decentralized business model and fully operate our own outlets. Okay, so let me stop there. Again, thank you for inviting us to your prestigious conference. Apologies for not being able to attend in person, but we do hope that the presentation that we provided today can give you more insights into our company, Secara Express Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, secara, for the pre-recorded video. So we're going to move on to the last company. The last but not least, I'd like to invite Ryan, the CEO of Dagangan. Please come forward. Big round of applause.
Last but not least, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ryan Manafe, CEO and co-founder of Dagangan. Well, I only have 10 minutes, so I'm going to spend my time only to focus on these 3 questions. Number 1, what is Dagangan trying to solve? Number 2, what differentiates Dagangan from others? And number 3, what's next from us? Because we just raised our Series A, then what's next? Well, but to start with, Dagangan is an Indonesian word, means commerce or trading. And for your information, the second main ways of Indonesian people to earn money is by doing trading. Now, next. You know, many people will think Indonesia is only Jakarta and Bali. And I know most of you know it's not the case. More than 70% of Indonesian population live outside big cities. There is no high-rise building. There is no beach resorts. There is only paddy fields. And that's exactly what describes most of Indonesian populations where they live. It's rural areas. And even Indonesia is the biggest producers of unicorns in the region. The problem is there's no one that really have laser focus on rural areas. That's why we are here. So that's exactly what Dagangan cause is actually fighting for. You can see the numbers. We cannot underestimate the numbers. It's more than 100 billion SAM with more than 5 billion target market, only assuming 5% of the total SAM. Now, next. I would like to introduce you with this lady. Her name is Ibu Herlina, our first customer. She lives in Grabak. For your information, Grabak is around 3 hours from Yogyakarta Airport, if there is no traffic jam, right? Now, before we're coming to the areas, what she has to do every single day is wake up every 5 a.m. So she's a Muslim, so she do Salat Subuh, and afterwards she has to rush to the cities. And it takes at least 30 minutes for her to arrive to the place where she buys supplies. And now the problem is she has to do it every single day, and even she's willing to do it, she still has to deal with super limited options in the areas she typically buy things. And on top of it, she has to be willing to pay at least 30% more expensive compared to the price we get in the cities. Now, the problem is, even we have a lot of e-commerce, but most of e-commerce rely on logistics, and of course, logistics will focus on the big cities where people are actually using e-commerce. So for example, if Ibu Herlina buy things from e-commerce, she has to pay logistic costs at least, next slide, at least $2 or $2 US. Imagine most of the time, because she buys daily necessities, the probability is very high. The shipping cost is higher compared to the price of the items she purchased. So that's why Dagangan is creating the solutions. With Dagangan solutions, the cost is actually $50, and she doesn't have to pay because we're covering it for free. What we are doing, we build hub and spoke across rural areas, so we can help the big logistic costs, just like secara back then, to help them penetrate the rural areas, because we built hub and spoke exactly inside the rural areas. It's only less than 20 kilometers from the hub all the way to the user's location or where Ibu Herlina lives. Next. So this is our business model. After we establish a hubs, what we are doing is we use local people to gather all of the community leaders, and community leaders will aggregate all of the demands. Aggregating demand is very important to making sense of the economics of the last mile logistics. And by having aggregation, we have volumes. And these volumes is very important when we are dealing with the principals. Next. And to make things much easier, even people don't have our app, they can order from the mobile web, a very light mobile web, and accessible with a very light internet quota from your mobile phone, right? And all of the orders will be aggregated automatically in the cart of the community leaders. And then we will do the shipment right away within the same day or maximum the next day. Next. Now, after we get a sense of what we are trying to solve, the next question is, what makes us different, because you probably think there are other players doing the same thing, even I would say with the full conviction that they are not really going to the rural. They're probably only 1 to 2 hours from the capital city of the province. Next. Now, from the demand side, how we make a strong difference is because we only focus on the tier 3, tier 4 cities and rural areas, not big cities. We are not entering big cities at all, and we don't plan to enter big cities. So forget about secara. Next. And from the supply side, we divide the goods into fast-moving and slow-moving. For fast-moving, we work directly with the principals and the distributors, and for slow-moving, for the sake of the slow or for the short inventory days, we work with the B2B commerce. You name it, Ula, Gudang Ada, we can take from them to fulfill the slow-moving, and probably the big local wholesalers as well. Next. Now, what we are doing, because we focus only on rural, our value added is very visible and very strong to the principals. Because before we are entering the areas, they don't have coverage. They stop at the capital city of the province. Now, after we are around, we can increase not only the volumes, but we also can increase the total unique users purchase. So if we only focus the volumes, we're only doing trading. We can just throw the products into the other areas. But what we are doing is we really go to the end consumers and help them understand what their end consumers want. That's why we have clear and visible value added towards the principal. Next. Now, from the economics perspective or unit economics, we are not only focusing on FMCG, where we know the margin is pretty thin. We also start selling the long tail products. I'm talking about plasticware, I'm talking about home and living, and all of these things give us minimum margin of 15%. And this really helps our profitability, so we can make sure our hub, the micro warehouse, will no longer burn money after 6 months of operations. Next. Now what's next? Next. So far, we have $60 million annualized revenue, with more than 7,000 villages across Java covered, with more than 20,000 active users, with only 32 hubs. And we have 3,000 SKUs assortment within our apps or our catalogs. And you can see over time, every quarter we grow at least 30–40%. Next. Then on top of it, we would like to also inform that we are very sure in tackling the right pain points with our high retention numbers. Number two, we use our capital very efficiently, showed by the amount of our monthly revenue compared to our burn rates, which is consistently over 40 to 50 times over month. And last thing is we are pretty high performing and financially sustainable. Reasons and proof is actually our hubs or our micro warehouses will no longer burn money after 6 months of operations. Next. Now next, we are gonna increase our expansion over Java and Indonesia by adding more hubs, use alternative channel, which is marketplace, fulfillment app, and influencer app. And on top of it, we're currently working with bank and fintech to provide pay later and loan from small and medium enterprises. Next. And at the end, next, our end state is to be one-stop solution for rural areas. So if you have products, if you have services, you are not competing with us, but we're gonna help you to enter rural areas, to understand your customers, and to make sure you have a very high retention in the rural areas which your target consumers are actually located. And we're gonna provide everything for you. And last but not least, next, not only commercially profitable, we also proven to deliver social impact. We give at least 25% increase in monthly income for the community leaders working with us. With our 32 hubs, we already employ more than 300 local people as our field officers. And we are already helping more than 50 brands to reach the areas that previously they cannot reach. And with 20,000 users that previously never used internet to help their life. Are you willing to work with us? Because we need a lot of people to unleash the potential of rural Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Rian from Dagangan. So I think that's the end of the startup pitching session. Before we conclude this session, I'd like to say thank you for everyone who already came here today in Dubai Expo, and also to people who joined via Zoom and via YouTube. Thank you once again, and also special thanks to all the 5 startups who came here all the way to Indonesia. Give a big round of applause for everyone, and also the Hub ID team, and also the event organizer today. So I think I'll give back to the stage to Mr. Paul, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Big applause for Mr. Alvin Vander. Great speaker, and I think that's lots of motivator today, and inspire us to do anything for our future. And maybe you never realized that we've been visited by His Excellency Professor Dr. Insinyur Fadel Muhammad Al-Hadar, Deputy Speaker of People Consultative Assembly Republik Indonesia, and also His Excellency Hussein Bugis, Ambassador of Republic Indonesia to United Arab Emirates. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, live from Dubai, and this program is presented by the Ministry of Communications and Informatics Republic Indonesia. I'm Paul Suardi, signing off, and catch me again at 4 o'clock Dubai time. Goodbye for now.
tapi nggak ngobrol. Seharian di depan layar, yang katanya mau streaming sebentar. Tapi, sama seperti generasi sebelum kami yang mengajarkan banyak hal, kami juga memiliki mimpi dan berusaha mewujudkannya dengan cara kami. Meski cara kami terlihat berbeda dengan generasi sebelumnya, tujuan kami selalu sama. Kami ingin membangun tempat yang lebih baik, di mana kami bisa merdeka untuk saling terhubung, menciptakan inovasi, dan perubahan baru untuk semua orang. Kami percaya dapat berkontribusi terhadap bangsa ini dan membuatnya menjadi tempat yang lebih baik.
Now is the time for gamers to easily play games without the need to download or install the game. As the original Indonesian cloud gaming, Gameku provides updated hundreds of quality and officially licensed games from well-known publishers in the world. It can be synced to other devices, so you can play with your IndiHome TV and your PC or laptop, whichever you like. Look for Gameku on the UC App Store on your IndiHome TV, download the application and proceed with installation. Select the subscription package and enter the OTP number that was sent to your cell phone. Or log in into the Gameku website with PC or laptop, log in with your IndiHome account, and play many games as you like. With 99k rupiah per month, Gameku provides hundreds of gamepads for you to play with the games of your choice. Gameku is available throughout Indonesia starting July 2021. So, play now! Now is the time for gamers to easily play games without the need to download or install the game. As the original Indonesian cloud gaming, Gameku provides updated hundreds of quality and officially licensed games from well-known publishers in the world. It can be synced to other devices, so you can play with your IndiHome TV and your PC or laptop, whichever you like. Look for Gameku on the UC App Store on your IndiHome TV. Download the application and proceed with installation. Select the subscription package and enter the OTP number that was sent to your cell phone. Or log in into the Gameku website with PC or laptop, log in with your IndiHome account, and play many games as you like. With 99k rupiah per month, Gameku provides hundreds of gamepads for you to play with the games of your choice. Gameku is available throughout Indonesia starting July 2021. So, play now! Now is the time for gamers to easily play games without the need to download or install the game. As the original Indonesian cloud gaming, Gameku provides updated hundreds of quality and officially licensed games from well-known publishers in the world. It can be synced to other devices, so you can play with your IndiHome TV and your PC or laptop, whichever you like. Look for Gameku on the UC App Store on your IndiHome TV. Download the application and proceed with installation. Select the subscription package and enter the OTP number that was sent to your cell phone. Or log in into the Gameku website with PC or laptop, log in with your IndiHome account, and play many games as you like. With 99k rupiah per month, Gameku provides hundreds of gamepads for you to play with the games of your choice. Gameku is available throughout Indonesia starting July 2021. So, play now!
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu. Ladies and gentlemen, live from World Expo 2020 Dubai in Indonesia Pavilion. The program is presented by the Ministry of Communication and Informatics Republik Indonesia in collaboration with Telkom Indonesia. I'm Paul Suhadi, standing here again to be master ceremony of this program regarding Masterminding the future of Indonesian gaming industry. And this program is also live on Instagram and YouTube Telkom Indonesia. We are going to have 3 professional speakers. They are going to share their views, knowledge, experience, and expertise. And the first speaker will be Mr. Dedi Suherman, CEO Melon Indonesia. And the second speaker will be Ibu Sri Safitri, Deputy EVP, CX and Digitalization. And last but not least, Mr. Povilas Joniskis, the partner at the Boston Consulting Group. And we are here to welcome the moderator, Bapak Komang Budi Aryasa. Floor is yours.
Hello, test. Well, thank you for MC. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, speakers, and also participants. First of all, I would like to say Happy New Year to us, wishing you new health and success, health, and most importantly, happiness in 2022. Today, we are live from Dubai Expo 2020. I am Komang Aryasa, Deputy Executive Vice President of Digital Business Builder, Telkom Indonesia. And I would like to welcome all the talk show on Masterminding the future of Indonesia gaming industry. I will host this talk show for the next 1.5 hours. On behalf of Ministry of Communication and Informatics of Republic Indonesia and PT Telkom Indonesia, I would like to extend also my warm welcome to distinguished guests, speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, and sincerely thanks for giving your honors present to this talk show on Indonesia gaming industry. Today we will have 3 presenters before we continue with Q&A. We will have with us Mr. Deddy Suherman, CEO Melon Indonesia, part of Telkom Group. Mrs. Sri Savitri, Deputy Executive Vice President of Customer Experience and Digitization. Mr. Populus Janiskis, Partner Boston Consulting Group, Middle East Office on Technology, Media, Telecommunication, and Financial Services. All speakers are joining here in Dubai Expo Indonesia Pavilion offline. Before we proceed to the opening of this workshop, I would like to take a short time to introduce some function of the Zoom application to the participants who join us online. First of all, in order to facilitate the moderator to recognize you as participant of this workshop, please provide your full name, followed by country name and company name. Secondly, please be note that at the start of the forum, all participants are to be muted, and the host will unmute once a participant is invited to speak. If you want to request for the floor, please use raise hand button. This concludes the brief explanation regarding the Zoom meeting. Now, let's start with our 3 distinguished presenters. But before the first presenter, I would like to play a video about game business and portfolio of Telkom Group. Please play the video.
Now is the time for gamers to easily play games without the need to download or install the game. As the original Indonesian cloud gaming, Gameku provides updated hundreds of quality and officially licensed games from well-known publishers in the world. It can be synced to other devices, so you can play with your IndiHome TV and your PC or laptop, whichever you like. Look for Gameku on the UC App Store on your IndiHome TV, download the application and proceed with installation. Select the subscription package and enter the OTP number that was sent to your cell phone. Or log in into the Gameku website with PC or laptop, log in with your IndiHome account, and play many games as you like. With 99k rupiah per month, Gameku provides hundreds of game pads for you to play with the games of your choice. Gameku is available throughout Indonesia starting July 2021. So, play now!
Okay. Now, I would like to welcome our first speakers, Mr. Dedi Suherman. Please, Mr. Dedi, come on stage. Okay, let me introduce Mr. Dedi Suherman first. Mr. Dedi Suherman, currently a CEO of Melon Indonesia. Mr. Dedi is an experienced CEO, producer, musician with a demonstrated history of working in the information technology and services industry in telecommunication carriers, digital content, digital music, and entertainment industry. Mr. Dedi is also skilled in telecommunication technology. He got his master's degree from Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology, Harvard Business School, 1997. The second speakers, I would like to welcome Mrs. Sri Savitri, doctorate candidate. Please welcome to the stage. She is currently a Deputy Executive Vice President of Customer Experience and Digitization at Telkom Indonesia. Mrs. Sri Savitri is a leadership expert who delivers high-energy presentation that challenge audience to leverage their focus and pay attention to what matters most at work and in life. Beginning her career as a country manager of Infonet Service Corporation, she developed strategic partnership with Australia Telco, Chief Marketing Officer of Telkom Telstra. She is also a Project Director Customer Experience Transformation. The third speaker, Mr. Populus, please. Mr. Populus is a partner in Boston Consulting Group, Middle East, primarily focusing on technology, media, telecommunication, and financial services. He has extensive experience in media content production, gaming and e-sport, media sector and related infrastructure development, sales channel strategy and optimization, customer value management and analytics, as well as digital transformation project. Populus previously experienced leading the development of a targeted gaming and e-sport strategy for Media Hub in MENA. First presentation will be conducted by Mr. Dedi Suherman. Please, we will give you 20 minutes presentation. Please, time is yours.
Thank you, Komang. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. My name is Dedi Suherman, CEO of Melon Indonesia. In this very good evening, I would like also to say Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We are live now from Dubai. So I'm gonna present regarding Indonesia game opportunity and market industry in Indonesia. So I've got a few slides. Could you please show the first slide, please? Okay, next. So we start with Indonesia games market, where currently we saw a lot of game market in Indonesia due to Indonesian population is very high population. We are talking about fourth largest population in the world, and not only that, we do have also very huge segment in Indonesia, meaning very good market for the games market, and also we have a quite targeted market. So let's start with the gender first. So currently most gender that play games in Indonesia is men side. The reason why is because the most famous games in Indonesia is dominated by the mobile gaming and action battles and all stuff. So if we see also the other platform that being used in Indonesia, it is clear in the slide that the mobile gaming side is dominated, representing almost 45% of the market itself, and following also with the PC game, PlayStation and Xbox. So if we also looking at the potential of the market size in terms of revenue and users, we are talking about just 2021, we do have 105 million subscriber of gaming and projected to have 127 million of user by 2025. So also the very big things that we are talking is regarding the revenue, where the revenue that estimated in end of last year is of 1.8 billion USD, and also aiming for 2.5 billion. So by having that amount of number, it is very big market for Indonesian market for game sector and industry. But currently, all the games market mostly coming from the international games that coming to Indonesia, and international game person that are also very popular in other parts of the world. Next. So what we do in Telkom Group regarding the game market and the game ecosystem. So as Telkom Indonesia is the biggest telco in Indonesia, and not only serving the telecommunication sector, we are also going into what we call it digital services sector. One of the things that we are doing, especially the company that I'm running now is Melon Indonesia, we are doing games industry and also music industry. So when we start the game industry, we actually starting with the hub, starting with aggregation. So we start with the easiest one that we do have the capability. What is the hub? What is the aggregation? So every games that coming to Indonesia, local game or international game, they had a very big and hard way to interconnect with the telco side, especially the billing system. So let me emphasize that in Indonesia, we might have different market, not like Western side. 99% of the population, they're using prepaid. Not only the prepaid things, the problem is we still have very low access to the financial sector. So we do only around 20% of the population having the debit card, banking system, and less than 10% access to credit card. By having that information, it is hard for the game business, game industry to monetize the game. So what is the financial things or the money flow that people have? So almost 100% of population having access to mobile phone and having access to prepaid card. By having that one, meaning they have voucher access they have access to the prepaid value of money. So this is the place that we thought at the time, around 5 years ago, this is the place we can win the market instantly. So at the time, we are the one in industry Indonesia opening Google Play Store. Instead of paying the games item using credit card, which is less than 10% population, but using prepaid, what we call it in Indonesia is pulsa, or the balance of the mobile phone itself. So we are the one who confirm not only the telco is at the time is Telkomsel, but also Google, and we make the platform, and then all the Google voucher at the time, instead of using credit card or debit, they can connect to our platform, which is the platform is Upoint and connected to the telco itself. By the time being, and then we can successfully not only connected the Google side, but we also approach directly to every single publisher that having games in Indonesia. Let's mention Muntun for Mobile Legends, Tencent for PUBG, and Garena for Free Fire, and any others game player or game industry that coming to Indonesia. By having the publisher directly connected to our platform, we also not only connected to single telco like Telkomsel, but currently we are connected to every single telco in Indonesia, name it Indosat, XL, Tri, Smartfren, and we also connected to almost every single fintech that running in Indonesia. So meaning that having our aggregation platform, we are just like a black box that connect everything, connect from the supplier point of view and also connected to the end user customer. So the last 2 years, we are thinking also, we are not going to stop only doing aggregation. So we have to change our value chains to the left side, which is publishing and also development, and to the right side also talking to community, which is eSport community. So currently, we are already publishing 3 games in Melon, and Telkomsel already publishing 3 games. So in the group, we do have already 6 games being published in the last 2 years. And we also, in the last 2 years, starting with Telkom Group, we create an initiative that we call it Indigo Game Startup to help local studio, local game to build a game. So we invited professional teachers that train the people to make a game starting last year. So we already running the 4 waves now. So we are going to release and publish 2 of the game through this program. And also the eSport community, we also build eSport community based on online. Previously, before COVID, we also having the offline eSport competition. But the last 2 years due to COVID, we are moving all the competition through the online side. Okay, next please. So this is the first ecosystem as I said in the development side. We do have Indigo Game Startup where Telkom Group together with all stakeholders in industry helping the local game studio to create and to build and to make games. How we do that? So we are giving access to the every single local and small studio and funded by our group. So we are giving 3 months in-house dedicated train to them, and we also imported some expert gamers to tell them how to make a good story, how to make the source code to develop the game and art development and all the stuff. And we do have the 3 batch, and this year we are going to have the 4 batch, and we are going to release at least 2 games that we also try to promote the games and publish the game this year. Next. This is the game development. In the game publishing, as I said before, a lot of game, I mean, very, very good and running well in Indonesia, but almost every single game that successfully and being played in Indonesia is mostly the international game. because of the action game and very famous Chinese game, Korean game, or USA or Finland, Sweden, and all the stuff. So we are starting also to develop local IP and also develop the game. So the last 2 years back, we already successfully published this kind of game, which is 6 game, as I said, which is Lokapala and Arena Master, and also Lot of Astera, Resin Novin, Peace Infinity, and Cellfire. That's 6 games that were already published, and we are going to publish the new 2 game will be soon this year, which is Kucingku, very localized games, and also the course mentioned. So we also communicate and collaborate with the local IP, which is successfully before in Indonesia to be imported and to be collaborated with the games that we are going to publish. Next. So this is the game aggregation, as I said, that we are not only connected to the publisher of the game itself, but we also our platform already connected to every single channel, telco, banking, fintech, and any other payment platform that have. So we can declare that our platform, or Upoint is the brand of our platform, is the biggest and the market leader in the game aggregation and distribution. So if you or the partners going to have or to enter the market in Indonesia by having the games, it's very easy now. Just connect to our platform, that's it. Meaning that connected to every single telco, every single fintech, every single banking. So they can monetize directly. Okay, next. So this is the game community where we build. So we are not only talking about the offline esports access, but we also build the game community in order to help and to promote, to do co-marketing together with the publisher. So we do have some major esports, and working together with Free Fire, Mobile Legends, PUBG, and any others game, where we do have like in the left side, Melon mini tournament, Upoint esports competitive series. We have other Melon major tournament. We do have also Dunia game league esports running by Telkomsel, and Upoint esports running by Melon, and any others. So in total, in the last 2021, we do have 56.9 million viewers, 475 million impressions, and also more than 1 million subscribers already subscribed to our game YouTube channel. Next. So this is some 6 slides that I'm highlighting regarding game industry. We are starting from the game aggregation, and we're expanding to the game publishing, the game community, and also game development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dedi Suherman, for your complete presentation on the opportunities of games business. Yeah. From your presentation, I think I can make some insight. Yeah, the mobile games industry is still dominated by mobile gaming, and Indonesia is big market. Not, but unfortunately, the developers is not coming from this country. Most of the games coming from other countries. Anyway, Indonesia tried to develop their own ecosystem through startup incubation games program. So Mr. Dedi has explained anything about ecosystem of games industry in Indonesia. So be patient for your question. I will give you opportunity to ask something to Mr. Dedi, but before Q&A, I will call the second presenters. Mrs. Savitri will present about the complete ecosystem of cloud gaming. Please, I'll give you 20 minutes to present your idea. The time is yours.
Thank you, Pak Komang. Well, Pak Dedi has covered all, I think. So I hope that my presentation won't take that long. So please show the slide. So I would like to talk about cloud gaming to complete Indonesian gaming ecosystem. So Pak Dedi has mentioned earlier that Telkom Indonesia has a complete gaming portfolio, including work with a publisher and also collaborate with a startup to develop certain local games, so that it's quite complete, and also including Upoint as a gaming platform. Next. So here is the Telkom Group customers. Some of it has been mentioned in the earlier presentation. For consumer, we have provided fixed voice, and then fixed broadband, IPTV, and digital services. And currently, Telkom Indonesia has 8 million fixed broadband subscribers. It's called IndiHome, and also 9.1 million for fixed line subscribers. For mobile, Telkom Group provides cellular legacy services, including voice and SMS, mobile broadband, as well as mobile digital services, including IoT, big data, financial services, video on demand, music, gaming, and also digital advertisement. So currently, we have nearly 170 million subscribers for cellular, and then in which 6.5 million is postpaid, and the remaining 163 million prepaid. For mobile user subscribers, we currently have 115.9 million. In terms of infrastructure, we have coverage for mobile networks with over 230,000 BTS. BTS here is base transceiver station, not a Korean boy band, and 35,800 tower with over nearly 400,000 access points, 26 data center, and the fiber optic access network, which is the largest network and infrastructure in the region. Next. Telkom Group also has built capabilities on digital game ecosystem. And currently, we are also open to partnership to build end-to-end Indonesia's gaming ecosystem. So we have from development up to community. For development, we have what we call it Indigo Game, in which that we provide work with a game maker, initiator, and also first idea owner, that we also offer partnership potential, including like direct collaboration option on bundling concept, local payment integration with Upoint, offline community management, also co-development through Indigo Game initiation. And then in the publisher area, we add as a party that have the IP of the release game for partnership potential. We have marketing ideas, collaboration, opportunity for co-publishing, and also another option for bundling concept. For role of business, we are also providing a lot of infrastructure that can be provided, including hosting and co-location of Telkom local server, network optimization, and also handling subscription and payment account. For game aggregator, as mentioned by Pa Dedi earlier, we have like Upoint and Game2, which is a place for gamers to play and buy items. So there are three partnership potential here. First is including local gaming integration, direct carrier billing integration, direct connect the game for Indonesian market. And also the last is community. We have gaming community that also a place for gamers to join tournament, and the partnership potential including offline community management, esports competition, offline promotion, and marketing. So from development up to community, Telkom Group has a footprint and portfolio. Then the partner can leverage Telkom Group infrastructure to provide better experience to customers and also to have a stronger bargaining position to publishers. Next. In terms of video gaming revenue potential for Indonesia, we've seen that the growth is showing that it's a very lucrative market in which that it is predominantly by playing on mobile and also on computer. And the market size of gamer in Indonesia as of January 2021 is dominantly for lifestyle gamers and also high roller. The top reason for Indonesian gamer provider prefer mobile games over PC or console games, there are four reasons. First of all, is because Indonesia is a mobile first country. So that's one of the number one top reason for Indonesian gamers to play games on their mobile. Second one is flexibility to play anywhere, anytime. So the young generation or the millennials that are playing games prefer to play games anywhere, anytime. So that's why they use mostly their mobile games instead of PC. And the third one is gaming devices are too pricey. So this is also the main reason that the millennials choose to play mobile games. And the last one, games are also too pricey. So for that reason, we want to enrich those gaming experience through cloud gaming. With those four considerations, and also added to that was because of the situation of the pandemic in the early 2020, whereby many people have to stay at home. And we've seen from the data that there is an increasing demand for people playing games because they get bored staying at home. So that's why we try to develop a cloud gaming in order to address those markets. Next. So what is Gameku? Gameku is cloud gaming that Telkom Indonesia provided in order to enable our citizen, our young generation to play games for all family members. Gameku is positioned as a Netflix for games, where gamers can play every games on Gameku library instantly. So gamers doesn't need high-end devices to play high-quality games, also without a necessity to download and also installing the game. So this enables people to play games from their homes without having to invest in the pricey game console. Next. So Telkom did research on why gamers play specific games. The most common answer we got from Indonesian gamers is because my friends or someone I know play the games. So this is the main reason that shows the importance of offline community to make games popular in Indonesia. And this is also the reason online mobile gaming is a top revenue generator in Indonesia. So you can see in these photos here that most gamers would prefer to play games offline. Next. So Gameku planned to be the first cloud gaming in Indonesia. So here is in the phase 1, 2022-2023, is we call it as a phase 1, in which Gameku as an aggregator between mobile, PC, and console gamer. So expensive gaming device is one of the top problems for Indonesian gamers. Thus, with cloud gaming as a platform, we intend to loosen the barrier for gamers to enter high-quality games experience. And second, Telkom is also open to all developer or publisher if they want to enter Indonesia market through Telkom Indonesia. So the concept of the partnership is a subscription package just like Netflix, so that we will enable users to play all the games in the Gameku library. In the phase 2, 2023 to 2024, we are positioned to allow easier access to play together and new forms of interactive experience. We believe that cloud gaming is not only about making differentiation in distribution of traditional games, but also about opportunity to create new forms of monetization. So Telkom Indonesia is open to partnership with game developers who wants to build something that traditionally impossible to do, that will be possible with cloud gaming. So cloud gaming in Indonesia still in the early introduction phase, but with better technology and 5G connectivity around the corner, we are confident to create environment in Indonesia that is suitable for cloud gaming to grow. Next. So currently, GameCo has 130 plus high quality games, and also 15 plus global publishers are already partnered with GameCo. Deep Silver, Codemaster, Milestone, CI Games, Focus Home Interactive, Plug-in Digital, Big Band, 34 Big Things, Badland Games, Microid, etc. has already joining us as a publisher to provide gaming experience on GameCo platform. Next. So here are the most played games in 2021. The first one is Core Gamer, which is for teenager, and for all age, they prefer to use casual games like Ride 3, MotoGP, etc. And then for family and kids, the most played games are Lego Star Wars, Toy Story 3, F1 Race Stars, and Toy Box. Next. So why do you partner with Telkom? Telkom Indonesia is the best partner to overcome cloud gaming limitations. We have the key to success for cloud gaming, which is the network. First is bandwidth and latency is key. With nationwide fiber services, bandwidth and latency is the unfair advantage for Telkom. And secondly is widespread of customer. Telkom with over 200 million subscribers, and then we have cloud gaming as a new market, knowing customer internet or gaming behavior is the key to start. Next. So GameCo's channel is to distribute cloud gaming for all Indonesia's gamer. First is IndiHome. So IndiHome is Telkom Indonesia fiber optic brand and market leader in Indonesia fiber optic connection with more than 8 million customers. We are currently live to serve IndiHome users through Android box and also through website. We also work with Sharp Android TV to provide cloud gaming for their Android TV. And then Telkomsel 5G is also the leader on mobile providers in Indonesia with more than 160 million subscribers. We also GameCo also support Telkomsel through Dunia Games as a channel to play GameCo. GameCo also used as a showcase and upsell Telkomsel 5G plan. Next. Thank you. With that, I would like to conclude my presentation on cloud gaming. So come and talk to us, and then we will partner, and we'd love to have you as our partner for gaming in Indonesia.
Thank you, Mr. Safitri, for your comprehensive presentation, as always. It's very interesting about cloud gaming. According to your presentation, Indonesia has already made some action. Telkom Indonesia especially open for partnership on any value chain of this game industry. Telkom has also set up games ecosystems to be leveraged by any partner. Growth of this industry in Indonesia is promising since this industry is very early stage in this country. And the third speakers from Populous. So I know you coming from one of the biggest consultant in the world, BCG. How actually you position this game industry actually compare with other industry, and how actually the future of this industry worldwide? So you can explain a bit about this information and explore, please, Mr. Populous.
Sure. Hi everyone, first of all. Well, I mean, probably it's not a game-changing idea to say that gaming is one of the fastest growing media sectors in the world. It's probably also one of the fastest growing sectors in the world in general. We're talking about an industry that is already about $175 billion, incredibly sizable. And what's also very interesting about it is that not only it's growing because, as we already discussed, the penetration is growing, accessibility to gaming is growing, but it's also, gaming is something that, was for the youth back in the days, let's say. Obviously, a lot of that youth grew up playing games, and now we're talking about people who are, 40, 45, who grew up playing games, especially in the developed world. In the developing world, maybe the access of gaming came a bit later. But these are very fundamental trends in making sure that this industry actually grows very fast. It's a very broad question to ask, what trends are actually impacting it. But if we try to break it down based on the same value chain that we've already looked at, it all starts with technology. So when it comes to the technology, mobile, I guess the first step was internet, right? Gaming shifted from what was, let's say, arcade-based or in-home-based gaming into something that is kind of a unifying effect, creating communities and so on and so forth, which was basically through fixed broadband becoming available all around the world. The next step was obviously mobile, which means that you can start playing on the move. And what also made the biggest change is the penetration, meaning that it's much easier to acquire a mobile phone and essentially play the games on it. The big game changer here is going to be cloud gaming. And I think we talked about cloud gaming as a kind of a value proposition in terms of convenience of not having to install, not having to download, getting games as a package, which is what we're very used to now with Netflix and Spotify and other platforms. But I think we also need to talk about the fact that technology is the key choice that you make as a game developer, meaning that, at the moment you basically say, look, am I going to be producing for a mobile device? Am I going to be producing for, a console? Do I have budgets essentially to go multi-platform and so on and so forth? With cloud gaming, we're expecting that these platforms will converge, meaning that whatever the game you want to be playing on, a PC or a console, you will be able to play that on your mobile phone just because the actual processing is going to be done outside in the cloud, meaning that your device will not have to have the processing power. That obviously adds to the accessibility, but it also means that as a game developer, you can access way bigger gaming audiences, which means that, anyone can kind of come into the space not only from the perspective of being a consumer of gaming, but also a producer of gaming. And talking about that, when we talk about gaming production, I think one incredible trend that has happened over the past kind of 5 to 10 years is that distribution has digitized, which means that you no longer rely on a publisher to be the one who takes you to the market. What that means, and obviously on top of that, you also have gaming engines, which make production of gaming much easier for you and much cheaper. That means that, gaming is no longer, let's say, West Coast thing. Gaming is no longer a UK thing as it used to be back in the days. We're talking about gaming becoming, you have a gaming developer community pretty much in every single country around the world. And that becomes a way of telling your own story. That becomes a way of, trying to create your own success. As long as you have a great idea, you have a chance of doing well. That has completely changed the way games get produced. First of all, the big studios have either gone into massive, mergers and acquisitions efforts, if we're talking about players like Tencent, or, they started focusing on their flagship games. You can see a lot of the studios have dropped a lot of the smaller games that they had, and they completely focus all of the production efforts into the biggest games that they have. The production budgets are constantly increasing there. On the other hand, you have all of the primarily mobile games, but also, multi-platform games, which get developed by complete, indie studios. And I think that's a massive opportunity for every single country around the world, including Indonesia, because game content development is where majority of the value lies, to obviously step into this. And, now a team of 10 developers can actually create the first version of the game. You can think about Angry Birds, for example. And that obviously creates a lot of interest around the world. And you look at it now and, we have movies created behind the same IP. And then I guess finally, I probably want to touch up on some of the things that, are becoming the buzzwords in the industry, meaning the metaverse, NFTs, crypto coming into play. I think they're disrupting the way we think about gaming and also pose a very interesting opportunity. So even though, it's a buzzword, there's a lot of kind of, you could argue there's a lot of bubble around that at the moment when we talk about investments of, multi-million investments of owning a digital asset on the game. That's probably a little crazy. That will probably go down at some point. But one thing that won't change is the fact that the monetization around the games is no longer linked to the e-commerce or digital distribution platforms that are owned by the biggest technology holders, meaning, Apple, Google, Sony or whoever that would, Microsoft, whoever that would be, you enter the world where monetization of the games is also yet again democratized, distributed, and it also allows things like owning assets on the game means that you can play to earn, meaning that you can play the game, build an asset, sell it. Something that was already happening actually. People talk about it as a very new trend, but it was happening already in the market. You could go out in the market and buy a Fortnite account that had a good set of assets in it for real world value. Now obviously all of that becomes systemized. You no longer have to there's no longer cheating around that because it's a systematic element of the game, and that allows the play to earn mechanism. I think for countries of the developing world, that's huge because we're talking about games being too expensive. Now it's no longer expensive. You play and you earn money, and especially in places where let's say the average wage is lower, that is no longer, let's say, a side job. It can actually be your main job, and we're already seeing that in the world. So that's very promising too.
Okay, so we will discuss NFT metaverse later after all of the session. So I just wonder about the cloud gaming actually. Don't you see also in the country like our country, this industry is a bit slower to get into the market. So it's very difficult to catch up cloud gaming in Indonesia, let's say, our country. So is there any constraint or problem that can be solved to make it faster, the acceptance from the market?
The acceptance of the market is probably going to come when the value proposition that you're going to have is going to be incredibly different from everything else that is there. When we think about cloud gaming at the moment, we're still primarily talking about let's say older versions of the games. There's still a limitation on what level of a game can be broadcasted through cloud gaming. So there's a kind of a technological evolution that we need to go through, and I think that's the case for all around the world. It's not just Indonesia. I think there's also a physical kind of scientific element to it. With a distance from a server, your frames per second, grow, or sorry, you lose them. What that means is that the infrastructure investment you need to go into is very high. We're talking about kind of, to get to reasonable FPSs for a gamer, we're talking about, kind of 50 to 100 kilometer radius of a server that hosts the game. And that's kind of a physical effort. It's not about, whether the technology can change that. It's the signal, right? I mean, you can talk about different decoding for the streaming of the game, but it's a two-way interaction, and there's obviously a limitation around that. You can't buffer it the way you buffer video. Obviously, for telcos, that's a massive investment, and the way telcos do the investment, it's about how much they can monetize from that. And obviously, when we talk about developing countries, the degree of monetization that you can have there is slower, right? So it becomes a little bit of a kind of a conundrum of in the developed world, the value proposition is not that great because we're talking about accessibility when we talk about cloud gaming. But at the same time, they are more ready to drop the infrastructure investments just because the value that they can get from every single user, just because of the higher ARPU there, is higher. So that's what slows down the rollout. I'm sure, as technology gets cheaper, the accessibility is going to get easier on that. So it's almost like, the pickup will depend on how quickly that technology becomes kind of available to every single user. But then also, as we spoke about it, the convergence of the technology, meaning mobile, PC, and console games becoming the same, is still something that is, up and coming, let's say, for the top of the games. Once that happens, and it really becomes that, your top content is the one that you get out of streaming, that's where the shift is going to happen. And I think, even though it's a very small market, the cloud gaming market at the moment, that shift is inevitable.
Okay. So now I will give opportunity to the floor who want to ask a question to Mr. Dedi, Mrs. Safitri, and also Populous. Please, is there any question? Yes, Pak. Please mention your name and also from which company are you, Pak?
Okay, thank you very much, Pak. My name is Iman. I'm from Investor Relations, Telkom, but my background is banking. I just wants to know, is there how COVID-19 hurt the gaming industry, and what are the strategy that you are what are the initiatives to overcome the issues? I just want to know the highlight between two different countries, like how this Indonesia overcome this issue, and also from the Boston Consulting Group, how do you see this from Dubai perspective? And also the last thing, since you are in the gaming industry, are you caring about the children-friendly game? For example, it's not every game that a child can do that game. I think that's my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Iman, atas pertanyaannya, for your question. So I will give maybe Pak Dedi have a thought about how actually COVID-19 impact your industry, especially your company, on games business, and also how you overcome this issue. And this is very interesting, how actually this industry can protect children from something that it could be distract their way to spend the time or something. Please, Pak Dedi, give your...
Thank you, Komang. Yes, a good question, Iman. Regarding the COVID, I mean, the time it hits the world last 2 years back, so everyone changing the way they are targeted in their business, including us. When we targeted our target in 2020, we thought that our game business will be slowed down or even decrease a lot, because every sector being hit by the COVID issue. But at the time, we also changed the way we communicate, the way we promote, the way we do business. So just a month after the COVID, we are campaigning, we changed the way we do, let's say, e-sport competition through the online. That's also the time we're making our YouTube channel for e-sport competitive series. We also starting the campaign through social media and all stuff. So luckily, because of I'm not saying that COVID helping us, but because of most of the kids, especially most of the students, they stay at home, they study at home, and even the parents, they stay at home, they're working from home, and might be the first 2 months is decreased. And after that, might be, I don't know, but we see a lot of changing in terms of traffic, in terms of growth. So in just 2021, our growth in the game business almost 100%. So even 2020 compared to 2019, our growth sector is around 50%. So we are quite lucky that the game industry in Indonesia, especially that the one that we are doing successfully, we can not only survive in the COVID side, but also we can grow the market. The second question, you're talking about the kids and protecting the kids. So when I saw my presentation regarding the publishing, we actually also thinking that one. So currently we just realize on the existing games. Let's say about game name. I mean, if I can mention the name like PUBG. So a lot of parents hesitate, yeah, to allow the game because they're shooting each other, yeah, and it's a really hardcore game for the young age. So we are also talking the casual game. So we are going to publish like a cats basis cats. So how you feed the cat, how you maintain the cats, and that's what we call it kucingku game or boing or bong of the games that we're going to publish, and any other games that actually suit for the kids and safe for the kids. So this is something I think I can share regarding your question. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Savitri, maybe you can add some thought about how actually, because you are also mom of your kids, right? So actually, your thinking about games impact to the kids regarding their concentration or their spend all of the time on the game. Maybe you have some different thought about it.
Well, it's kind of contradictory because I work in a company providing game business. Well, as a mother, anyone must play game, but not my kids. So it's something that is contradictory, but that's what I want. That's not what my kids want. All of them are game players. Like my son is a heavy gamer. My niece was one of the e-sport athlete, we call it athlete, e-sport players, national players. He compete in Malaysia and also in Indonesia. So games is inevitable for children, not only for my kids, but also others. As a parent, we cannot forbid them. We cannot tell them not to play games, because once we say that don't play games, what they do is playing games, right? So what can we do as a parent is monitor them, making sure that when they play games is a game that is not against our values or against our beliefs. So that's something that I'm trying to encourage my kids. You can play games, but then you need to be responsible for your academic results. So I also tell my kids that you need to, I just see your results, you do whatever you do, but then if your result is not good, then I will not allow you to play games anymore. So that's my position.
Interesting. So it's not very easy, to find game genre that contains more value for our kids. Sometimes the game is very very good, and in the same way it distracting our kid concentration to study. So fabulous. Iman also asking about the roles of BCG to overcome this issue, especially you can relate it to the impact of COVID-19 on this industry. Please.
Sure. Well, COVID-19, I think, it's not nice to say that, but was probably one of the greatest times in gaming industry, for gaming industry. I think New York Times did a study in 2020 where immediately after majority of the lockdowns came in around the world, they looked into how consumer spend changed, how they changed their wallet, and gaming was the fastest growing segment of consumer spend, much faster than, let's say, video streaming services or anything. So that was, number one growing consumer spend, let's say, in the world, because obviously when you're back home, immediately that becomes a great form of entertainment. And we're not just talking about kids here, we're talking about adults actually spending money to play. And I think following that in 2020 Q3 was probably the most record by that time, let's say, trading quarter for gaming industry in general. I mean, all the indexes were outperforming, whatever the Fortune 500 related indices we're talking about. And the deals in terms of, let's say, VC investments or let's say smaller M&A or larger M&A in this case, were also record breaking, and the multipliers were through the roof. So COVID was not that much of an issue because a lot of gaming can be done remotely, both in terms of consumption and production. It's not movie production, let's say. when it comes to the kids aspect, I'll probably have to agree that it's not up for the industry to take care of the kids. Let's say, I mean, it's part of the. It isn't in the sense that they need to produce games that are kids friendly, but it's down to the parents themselves to make the decisions of what type of games are you playing. I think we will not have to debate around the fact that gaming can develop some skills that are actually incredibly useful in your future life. I mean, we can talk about kind of strategic thinking that you need in majority of the games. We can talk about just general kind of push to develop a skill, but obviously that has to be done in moderation. And I think families have to take care of that moderation. I don't think we ask the question, about TV content, for example, because yes, a lot of TV content is harmful for kids, and also spending a lot of screen time in general, whether it's gaming or video content, is also harmful to kids. But we learned to live with it. So I think looking at gaming as it's, an ultimate evil is probably not the right view. It's about, doing that in moderation, making sure that the games actually are focused on developing the skills of the youth. And also, finding ways to interact with them through gaming is a great way. If that becomes their main, time spent, if that has impact on their health, on their academic results, obviously that's bad, but that's not for the gaming industry to deal with that.
Okay. Still, for you, Fabulous. So I saw that the success of games industry, especially in Asia, still belong to the country like Korean, Japan games, and also Chinese games. So how actually make them more successful rather than other countries here?
How to make other countries more successful in production? That's $1 million question, $1 billion question for sure. We're talking about two of the probably most historic game development countries, South Korea and Japan. And then we're talking about China, which is, in one or another form is superpower, and, the effort into how much focus went into all types of media development there and how much investment went into that obviously leads to significant results as well. Talking about the massive, population as well, which means that even if you capture your own domestic demand, it becomes a massive, success for any gaming studio. But really, it takes time to develop gaming ecosystems. And when we talk about gaming ecosystems, we're talking about the kind of the developer, the background that the developers need. It's not just about game consumption. Yes, game consumers are the ones that are more likely to decide that gaming is a career choice for them, whether that would be in terms of becoming an e-athlete or whether that's becoming a game developer. So there is, let's say, some fundamentals that, for example, Indonesia has just because of the engagement that the population has. But you also need to go through quite a lot of different steps in order to enable the industry. Obviously, incubators that we already looked at is a massive step. But beyond that, you need specialized education. You need the right level of investment going into gaming. And step by step, you can get into the point where the games get developed within other countries as well. And I think what we've seen around the world is that it takes about 10 to 15 years, at least up until this point. This was the record. I mean, we talk about countries like Norway, Finland, that are incredibly successful in producing some of the biggest games around the world. And they had very targeted efforts in terms of helping the community, in terms of making sure that game development is seen as a way of, as a professional career. It's not a joke.
Okay.
And that obviously changes everything.
Yeah. Paradi, maybe you have thought about it because you also partner with some of the publishers from those countries, right?
Yeah, of course. We as a company and also country, we are learn about any success factor that having in some other country. We saw some strategies in the country. Let's say India, they block most of the China game. Yeah, I mean it's a bit different case when they're talking, let's say, political things, but it's also helping their local games improve. But in the case of Indonesia case, so the government of Indonesia and also any respective party having a very focus regarding the games business in the last 3 months ago, where we are thinking about how to build and successful game industry from Indonesia to Indonesia. So what we did is that the government already start to facilitate the game industry not only from the point of view financial and taxation sector, but also in education sector. So they're going to start, let's say, as in our last discussion, that every single education sector, starting from the junior high school to the college side, so it is mandatory for the school to provide the curriculum for games, regarding games. So they're talking about the game art, they're talking about game developer and game story and all stuff. So when the curriculum is accessible, so the student can choose. So it is the one that the government is going to start. Of course, this is not the short-term part, but this is a very, very good move from the Indonesia side. The second one is how they are going to do is to subsidize in terms of the people or the company that are making games. So they are going to subsidize in terms of taxation, in terms of other facility to help people to making a game. And including they also encourage state-owned enterprise, especially the banking sector, to giving some investment easiness in terms of investment. So the fact now in Indonesia and might be most other countries is it is hard if you have idea to make a game and you go to the bank, nobody is going to give you money because the success rate and the history of the game industry, especially Indonesia, is not promising. So by encouraging by the government and supported and even backing by the government, it is helping. So from our side itself, Melon Indonesia and Telkom Indonesia, we are already doing this the last 2 years back, as I said, the Indigo Game Startup. So this is the one, our strategy, how we can accelerate the game industry through the game developer sector, not only the game developer side, but we also already starting the publishing side and also others value chain. Thank you.
Okay, so before the time is up, so is there any question from the floor, from the offline audience here? Second question. Okay, Pak Iman, please.
Just straightforward questions.
Yes.
What do you see for the speakers? What do you see gaming industry for the next 5, 10, 20 years? Because my background is banking. What we see in the banking, you don't need, maybe in the next 5, 10, 20 years, banking is no need branch. So it's branchless banking. Everything's, done in the super app. So from the gaming industry, what do you see gaming industry in the next 5, 10, maybe 20 years? Thank you.
Okay, maybe to Bu Sapitri, yeah, because I believe that Telkom Indonesia also want to catch up this business to be a big part of the portfolio. So how actually Telkom Indonesia see this industry for the next coming around 3 or 5 years? Please.
Yeah, I think this question can also be answered by Pak Dedi because most of the services or portfolio game is under Melon Indonesia. But then from my point of view of Telkom, the game industry is, I believe, is going to be the next YouTube. Because there is a question that I attended at several months ago. What next after YouTube? And the answer is esports. So this is something that how do we position Telkom Indonesia to get ready to it? So that is why from the presentation that Pak Dedi presented and also from my presentation on cloud gaming, Telkom Indonesia is trying to play in all aspects, in all of the journey of the customer, from the even from the publisher up to the distribution, up to the community. So that is showing that not only for PT Telkom Indonesia, but also the government of Indonesia right now is also seeing games as a future of not only YouTube or video on demand and the rest, but then esport is the next thing, the next big thing. So with that, we believe that PT Telkom Indonesia, who has the largest infrastructure, should be able to build a gaming ecosystem for all players, not just Telkom Group itself, but also for partners, in order to jointly and collaboratively build game industries in Indonesia, especially in the coming years, whereby when Telkomsel already implement 5G, then the gaming experience will be much more smoother, and also the gaming publisher will also be able to deliver great experience gaming, especially as we know that now everyone is talking about metaverse. So how can they combine gaming experience and also with metaverse and also now NFT, so that all will be an experience in the 5 years, something will happen that we've never seen before. So we look forward to it.
Okay, before I go to Pak Dedi, so I will ask about metaverse and NFT. You also mentioning about those two technology before, Fabulous, because it's very interesting actually, talking about games and related to metaverse, non-fungible token. So can you elaborate on those two things?
I mean, the definition of metaverse is probably there's as many definitions at the moment as there are people who mention the word. It has definitely created quite a bit of, let's say, buzz around it. I mean, obviously, when you know, Mark Zuckerberg comes in and mentions the name or changes the name of the company to that obviously creates quite a lot of buzz. Metaverse can be understood in very many different ways. In one sense, it's about, you know, creating this kind of alternative reality, which is primarily through the physical feel of the reality. So that's kind of mixed reality, virtual reality and augmented reality mixed together into kind of a world that helps us, I don't know, entertains us. There's obviously the metaverse of IPs, where we talk about the fact that, you know, games interact with each other and games interact with other media content. And finally, you obviously have metaverse, which is kind of, let's say, a second life creation, which is gamification of, you know, real life experience, ownership of assets, real estate within a virtual, you know, universe. So you can understand in many different ways. And I think the next 5-10 years will actually define, you know, metaverse in some sort of a much more realistic way. It will get demystified through that time. But I think it's becoming very clear that one massive shift in, I think, going probably from generation to generation is people appreciating that owning something on a digital space can not only have bragging rights, but some real life value. And I think that's a massive change in the way we think about gaming, because as I said, you can become a professional gamer. You don't really need to just be an e-athlete. You can, you know, work in, I don't know, creating assets online through the day and selling them to people who have less time playing games but still want to own them, who see value in it, and so on and so forth. So I think that will be a massive disruption. But obviously, you know, like the amount of trends, and I mentioned some of them, is so high that metaverse does sound very exciting. But I think just more down-to-earth trends of, you know, technology shifts, cloud gaming, the way we produce content, the way who can access and produce content. You know, creating these kind of metaverses like Roblox, where there's user-generated content and user-generated games within games. That will be a massive change in the way we think about it. And one thing for sure is gaming is going to become a much bigger part of our daily life. And you know, it's no longer just going to be gaming for entertainment, but gaming is going to be part of the way we work, we communicate, we socialize. I think COVID was a good example of that, and you know, I'm pretty sure that's gonna extend to more parts of our life.
Yeah, thank you, Fabulous. So if you see on the publication or news, or open your YouTube and try to search about metaverse and NFT, it's still, there are some conflicting argument. So some people still mentioning about metaverse just only for the certain period of buzzword, something like that. But in fact, some people also start to earn money on metaverse and also NFT. And I come back to the question about the plan of 3 until 5 years. What happened with this industry? So Mr. Dedi will explaining about the roadmap. Maybe you have already the roadmap for mid and long term. How actually you see this industry in the future? Please, Mr. Dedi.
Yeah, thank you. Before answering the question, so we are planning ourselves in Telkom Indonesia by making game industry the home of our own customer. So how to make it game industry become the home of our own customer is by having as many as game produced by Indonesian, and by helping a lot of games that also supporting not only a lifestyle but also education and productivity. But back to the question regarding what we see in the next couple years, say 5 to 10 years. So actually it's already predicted today. So even though it is starting by the Facebook changing the name to Metaverse, but what we saw before, actually game industry, that's the one to drive a lot of changing in technology. So we understand a lot of movie and so let's say Hollywood movie, the Matrix and all the stuff, but most of the movie actually they're starting with the games also, and the current game that we are talking about, the new technology, actually they are the driving factor about the virtual world. So what we saw and we see later that game might be the driving factor of the next technology changing. The metaverse, the NFT, blockchain, crypto, whatever the name, virtual reality, AI and all stuff, they're gonna mix all together and become the driving sector of the games. So the current games, I mean the international and famous game, let's say Roblox, Minecraft, and any other name of the game you can see, actually they already integrated. They already integrate all this kind of technology, and they far become more successful if they can monetize each other. The question is how the games that separated currently integrate each other, because every single platform, they make their own platform, they make their own community, and they try to make it exclusively for their own game. So this is also the challenging. We do not have any standardization, any interoperability, including even the monetizing sector. When we buy the game item for Mobile Legends, you cannot using it for others games. So this is also the challenging that we can see might be later, might be in the next couple year. There might be interoperability of the games itself, not only the changing of the technology. So we believe most likely also the game industry will be the driving factor for educational purposes. So it's not only playing a games, but you can also using game to educate people, changing the way people physically attending kind of school, training, education, even the some working experience. So this is my thought regarding what's going to happen, but it's going to change very soon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dedi. So I hope all your question has been answered, Mr. Iman. So this is the last part of this talk show. I will give each speakers to have one sentence regarding how do you see this industry in the future, or what should the provider, ecosystem provider do to make it success in the future. start from Fabulous, maybe one sentence, quick.
I think for a very long while it was very exciting for gamers to be gamers. I think for once now it's becoming exciting for investors, and it's becoming exciting for telco providers, infrastructure providers, and so on and so forth. I think enabling that growth is where the opportunity lies for a lot of the players, whether they would be kind of strategic investors like telcos, or whether they would be just financial investors around the world. I think fueling that growth is going to be very exciting, and watching how gaming changes through the next year is going to be just a very exciting thing to observe and be part of.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Mr. Savitri? Mrs. Savitri?
I think so hard to answer in one sentence for two questions. So I think in short is the answer is what is it? The business, the future is called is brighter future. So the keyword is brighter future, and then the second answer is let's collaborate.
Okay, enabling, let's collaborate, brighter future, and the last from Mr. Dedi, please.
So thank you, Komang. So we have a very, very talented and professional speaker, and we thought that game industry is very, very important sector of the economy, and we believe game industry also the sector that very suitable for the youth segment when they want to decide it where to go, where to study, where to invest the time, and where even to make a very big career. So we are also inviting partners, investors to collaborate together, invest together, and grow together in the game business in Indonesia. See you there.
Okay. Invest, growth, and partner.
I think that 10 sentences.
Yes, I think so. But no problem. Finally, thank you for all distinguished speakers. It's great having you in this workshop. Also, thank you for organizing committee, Ministry of Information and Informatics and Communication, and all the staff here who arranged this talk show successful. Thank you. And finally, I will give the time back to MC, please.
All right, thank you. Big applause once again, ladies and gentlemen, for the great speaker and also great moderator. We've been talking great idea for our future, especially for masterminding the future of Indonesian gaming industry. Okay, still live from Dubai Expo 2020 World Expo, and this program is presented by the Ministry of Communications and Informatics Republic Indonesia in collaboration with Telkom Indonesia. I'm Paul Sori signing off. We will see you again on the next time. Goodbye for now.
Now is the time for gamers to easily play games without the need to download or install the game. As the original Indonesian cloud gaming, Gameku provides updated hundreds of quality and officially licensed games from well-known publishers in the world. It can be synced to other devices, so you can play with your IndiHome TV and your PC or laptop, whichever you like. Look for Gameku on the UC App Store on your IndiHome TV, download the application and proceed with installation. Select the subscription package and enter the OTP number that was sent to your cell phone. Or log in into the Gameku website with PC or laptop, log in with your IndiHome account, and play many games as you like. With 99k rupiah per month, Gameku provides hundreds of gamepads for you to play with the games of your choice. Gameku is available throughout Indonesia starting July 2021. So, play now!